as will be transacting on this day. You will recall that on Thursday last week, both houses of parliament held a joint sitting for the president to give a State of the Nation address. And part of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly will be transacting this afternoon or considering this afternoon is a start debate on that president's State of the Nation address. We shall come back to take a look at that, but the other priority business that they will be transacting this afternoon is they will be resuming debate on the consideration of a comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and the United Arab Emirates. This is a motion that debate on it already kicked off on the floor of the House and was interrupted on the Wednesday, November 19th, the year 2025, during the afternoon sitting. This afternoon, this motion that is moved by the Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, that is the Ikolomani Member of Parliament, Honorable Bernard Shinali, is coming up for continuation or a resumption of that particular debate. The committee on this particular motion is urging the House to adopt this particular report or recommends that the House approves that particular ratification of the Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement between the Republic of Kenya and that of the United Arab Emirates. This is a report that was forwarded or submitted to the committee for its consideration. And as provided for in the Section 8, Paragraph 4 of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, it indicates that the National Assembly may approve the ratification of a treaty with or without reservations to specific provisions of the treaty. And in this particular report or in this particular consideration that the committee is recommending the House to approve, it has reservations on Article 13, Sub-Article 33 on the protection of undisclosed tests or other data for pharmaceutical products, and also Article 213 regarding non-tariff measures in relation to health products and technologies. So this is as provided for in the Treaty Making and Ratification Act, Section 8, Paragraph 4, where National Assembly may approve the ratification of a treaty with or without reservations to specific provisions of the treaty. This is one of the priority business that the members, before they begin debate on the State of the Nation address that was delivered by the President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency President William Samoei Ruto, last week Thursday afternoon sitting. This is one of the priority business that the members of the National Assembly will have to dispense with. Treaties have timelines, so this is part of the business that they will be concluding on this afternoon. However, you can see the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, has already made her way into the chamber to preside over this afternoon sitting. Allow me to hand you over to this live broadcast. My name is Kamche Menza. Good afternoon.
Members, let us pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled, and grant that we treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Sergeant at Arms, ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes.
Well, the prayer has been said and the chair taken. However, the House cannot yet commence its sitting, or the House cannot yet commence owing to a quorum hitch that is currently facing the House. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. Of course, this is as provided for in the House Standing Order number 34, paragraph 1. That at the commencement of the House, if the quorum is not present, then that particular quorum bell shall be rung. This is to alert the members of the National Assembly that the House is yet to commence. However, that quorum hitch is one of the reasons that the House cannot commence, or is a reason that the House cannot commence, and that their presence inside the chamber is highly needed. So as we wait for the members of the National Assembly to make their way into the chamber, we shall continue to take a look at the business, or the priority business, that this afternoon the members shall be transacting. Earlier on, I had indicated that the motion regarding consideration of comprehensive economic partnership agreement between the Republic of Kenya and that of the United Arab Emirates, a motion that debate already started on the floor of the House, and this afternoon will be a resumption, is that that particular business will be considered. That particular comprehensive economic partnership agreement between Kenya and the UAE was signed on the 14th of January 2025 in Abu Dhabi. And some of the gains or aims is to enhance trade, investment, as well as economic cooperation. That particular agreement also aims at strengthening trade and investment relations between Kenya and the UAE, provide a framework for cooperation in trade, investment, and economic matters. Also facilitate trade by reducing non-tariff barriers and improving customs procedures. Support small and medium enterprises, commonly referred to as SMEs, and digital trade, as well as enhance cooperation in sectors such as agriculture, energy, and technology. So this is part of the business, priority business, that the members will conclude on this afternoon. It is a treaty and has timelines, so much as the House this afternoon will be commencing debate on the President's State of the Nation address as day one, or marking day one. Consideration on this particular treaty is also important owing to the timelines that are given to the treaty. So this matter will be dispensed with also this afternoon. If you're just joining us, the House is about to commence its business. There is a quorum hitch. The Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung for 10 minutes. Rung for 10 minutes, of course, to give room to the members of Parliament or members of National Assembly who are yet to make their way into the chamber, perhaps running late, to be able to hasten their steps and join their colleagues inside the chamber, and also most importantly, enable the House raise that much needed quorum for it to be able to commence. Remember, at the lapse of the first 10-minute quorum bell, if the quorum will not have been raised a further 5 minute quorum bell will be on. But at the lapse of that second round of quorum bell, if the quorum will not have been achieved, the House will be adjourned until the next sitting. However, the business that is lined up for consideration this afternoon is one that the members will not or may not be able perhaps to move it forward or have the House adjourned, because this afternoon a motion will be moved by the leader of the majority party, Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, for the House to commence debate on the President's State of the Nation address this afternoon, marking day values. The second report related to the progress made in full related to the state of the security of the country. Now, these reports were committed to Parliament, and during the debate of the State of the Nation addressed by the President, the chairpersons of these relevant committees, that is the Departmental Committee on Justice and Legal Affairs, the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations, as well as the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security, will make comments on these particular reports that were submitted to Parliament at the end of the President's speech when he was addressing the bicameral Parliament and at large the nation. So this is part of the business that once the House commences debate or consideration on this State of the Nation address by the President, they will be able to give their comments. These are the chairpersons of the relevant committees that are relating to the reports that the President submitted to Parliament. The House is about to commence. There is a quorum hitch. The Speaker, that is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss, has already taken her position. The prayer has already been said. However, the House cannot commence yet owing to the quorum hitch, and the Speaker has directed that the quorum bell be rung. This is to alert the members of Parliament who are within the precincts of Parliament and yet to make their way into the chamber to be able to do just that, hasten their steps and join their colleagues and be able to consider, or rather enable the House raise that quorum and consider the business that is lined up for consideration. Once that quorum is raised, we shall, without any further delay, hand this business back to the House for you to be able to follow on the proceedings of this afternoon. Back to the State of the Nation address, you will recall that the President paid a glowing tribute to Parliament for what he described as an immense contribution to Kenya's progress over the past 3 years, affirming that the country's achievements are the results of collective effort across all arms of government and the citizenry. And the President while delivering a wide-ranging State of the Nation address that reviewed his advantages and setbacks and set out a bold roadmap for future development. These are the contents of the State of the Nation address that the members of the National Assembly will this afternoon begin day one of debating that particular address. Let's listen in.
We now have quorum. First order.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, you will recall that on Wednesday, 19th November 2025, the House considered and rejected the Senate amendments to the Public Service Values and Principles Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 46 of 2022. The decision of the House remitted the bill to a mediation committee pursuant to Article 112, 112 and 2B of the Constitution. Honorable members, Article 113 of the Constitution requires that whenever a bill is referred to a mediation committee, the speakers of the Houses of Parliament shall each appoint an equal number of members from both houses to attempt to develop a version of the bill for consideration. In this regard, honorable members, I have directed the leader of majority party and the leader of minority party to nominate members for appointment to the mediation committee to consider the said bill. Once I receive the names of the nominated members, I shall notify the House. The House is accordingly informed. Thank you.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Majority Leader.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 25th November 2025. 1, the address by His Excellency the President of the Republic of Kenya, delivered in Parliament on Thursday, 20th November 2025, and the following accompanying report submitted by His Excellency the President. 1 is the annual report to Parliament on the state of the national security for November 2025. 2 is the 12th annual report on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya for 2025. And 3, the 12th annual report on the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance for September 2025. 2 is approval of additional funding under Article 223 of the Constitution relating to the financial year 2025-2026 from the National Treasury and economic planning. 3 is the annual report on the state of the judiciary and the administration of justice for the year 2024-2025. And finally, 4, the annual report of the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions for the financial year 2023-2024. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Chairperson for the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. You have a report? Honorable Russell, are you standing in for? Give him the mic.
Maybe, Madam Speaker, the leader of majority could be best positioned to respond to that. Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Affairs.
I think I saw the file. It was, that report was actually, I approved it this morning. So maybe it's not made its way here. We can skip that and then we'll come back to it. Honorable members. So we can move to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 24.6, the thanks of this House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President delivered on Thursday, 20th November 2025 in Parliament, and further, that this House notes the following reports submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of the provisions of Articles 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th November 2025. One is a 12th annual report on the measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance. Two is a 12th annual report on the progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. And three, the annual report to Parliament on the state of national security. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. I'm informed that the representative of the person holding brief for the chairperson of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs Relations is here. Honorable Kandiye? Yes. So you can lay the paper and then give the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Tuesday, 25th November 2025. Report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations regarding its inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Patuk. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. You may proceed to give the notice of motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations on its inquiry into the conduct of the British Army Training Unit in Kenya, Patuk, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th November 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members, and with your permission, I request that we defer order number 7 and order number 8 to a later date so that we can go straight to the next motion. So, next order.
Order number 9, motion, debate on the President's address, day 1.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I beg to move that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Orders 24.6, the thanks of this House be recorded for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President delivered in Parliament on Thursday, 20th November 2025, and further that this House notes the following reports submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of the provisions of Articles 132(1)(c) and 247 of the Constitution, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th November 2025. Honorable Speaker, as the motion says, Honorable Speaker, the State of the Nation address is an annual obligation by the President, a constitutional obligation that the President is obligated by the Constitution, our 2010 Constitution, under Articles 132(1)(c) and 247, to at least once every year address the nation in Parliament, or address the nation through their elected representatives of the people, and submit also reports on the measures that the government or the executive has taken and progress achieved in the realization of our national values and principles of governance. 2, to also report on progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. And 3, to report to Parliament on the state of our national security. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, many members will agree with me that the President's address last Thursday afternoon was not just any other ordinary address, but it was an update to the nation through the elected representatives and through our live transmission to the rest of the country on where our country was in terms of fulfillment of our international obligations, including our debt repayment, because those are also part of our international obligations. And the president, as he said, when he addressed the House in his first State of the Nation address as president, following the 2022 general elections, he said he had a vision to sell to the people of Kenya. But he came back now in his third address with a story to Kenyans, a story of resilience, a story of how we have stabilized our country amidst a very uncertain and a world full of uncertainty in terms of economic management of around the globe, of countries around the globe. And a story, Honorable Speaker, of how far we have come through periods of drought in this country where people had no food, a story of where we had come back in 2022 when the country had no fuel and Kenyans had to queue along roads leading to fuel stations trying to access fuel. And it's not because there was no fuel being produced in the world, but because it was impossible to get foreign exchange or get dollars to be able to purchase crude oil or even refined oil for use by the country. Honorable Speaker, it's sad that within the region and around the world, there are countries that still are in that state. But the president had a story to tell on how we work together as Kenyans to resolve the issues and the problems that we had then, to ensure that we not only have a stable foreign exchange. At a time, the dollar was trading at a high of almost 162 to 167, to now stabilize to the region of 128 to 129 within a very short period, Honorable Speaker, is indeed a story of resilience and the commitment that we have walked. That, Honorable Speaker, amidst the economic pressure that was there back in 2022, the global uncertainty following the COVID-19 pandemic, and the global supply chain challenges that followed the COVID-19 pandemic around the world, that amidst all these challenges, Honorable Speaker, we have had a very steady rebuilding of our nation, Honorable Speaker. And in his address, Honorable Speaker, this address, Honorable Speaker, as I said, was not just pursuant to a constitutional obligation or the president fulfilling his constitutional mandate, but it was a profound articulation of resilience. The resilience not just of his administration, but the people of Kenya. The resilience that have seen us walk through, as I said, periods of drought, periods of global economic uncertainty and economic pressures, in a way that our nation has emerged stronger. And you remember the president expounding how much many people and many pundits and many skeptics expected that our own economy would not survive beyond 6 months after the 2022 elections. Indeed, Honorable Speaker, it is said there is a leader who convened a meeting in somewhere in Ongata, Rongai, or around Rongai, political leader, and prophesied that there would be an election in Kenya in a period not exceeding 6 months, because this country was going to collapse and the economy was going to collapse. And indeed, that is a dire situation that we were in. You remember, even as clueless as the former deputy president was, during the handover of government, at least he had to say it, that we have found empty coffers as much as today he lies otherwise. But he said it as it was then, that the coffers were not just empty, they were completely empty. And you heard the president expound how in 2022 our foreign exchange reserves had fallen to the lowest they had ever fallen since the founding of our nation. And today, almost doubled the reserves that we had. That we have been able to stabilize our foreign exchange, Honorable Speaker, to the region of 128 to 129. that amidst all those economic pressures and the global uncertainties that were there, Honorable Speaker, with peers in our region and across Africa defaulting on their public debt obligations, Kenya stood firm, and we continue to meet our public debt obligations, even with difficulty, but we meet our public debt obligations, Honorable Speaker. And this story, Honorable Speaker, of resilience, this story of a responsible administration that is focused on not only achieving our national ambitions, is also a story that was told of where our country is and where it is moving towards, Honorable Speaker. And I keenly listened to His Excellency the President, Honorable Speaker, and I must thank him because he did appreciate the role that Parliament and parliamentarians in the 13th Assembly have played in ensuring that we maintain our nation as a steady nation in an otherwise volatile region, an uncertain global economy, and the huge responsibility that have been bestowed on members of Parliament in both houses, Honorable Speaker, because there are many bills that we have processed that have had to be processed through both houses. And in acknowledging the role that this Parliament has played, Honorable Speaker, that we have been bold to make the right decisions at the right time, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when the President spoke here about the high priests of pessimism, Honorable Speaker, it doesn't mean that they will not always be there. They will always be there. There will be high priests of eternal pessimism. We will have high priests also of eternal lies, and we know them. And we also have high priests of eternal negativity, Honorable Speaker. And when the President commended the 13th Parliament for our boldness and our courage to confront the challenges of our times, Honorable Speaker, it was a very emotional time for me because I couldn't help but remember the events of the year 2024 and the unfortunate incidents around the finance bill of June 2024. Honorable Speaker, because I am always very truthful, I have always told Kenyans that they were lied to. And because lies always travel faster than the truth, it is said, Honorable Speaker, by the time the truth wakes up, the lies have traveled half the world, I'm told.
Actually, the correct phrase is that before the truth starts tying its shoelaces, the lie has traveled halfway around the world.
Before the truth wakes up, the lie has traveled half the globe. And indeed, that is the situation we found ourselves in, Honorable Speaker. That by the time we were going out to tell the Kenyan people the truth of the provisions of the Finance Bill of 2024, the lies had completely whitewashed the truth. I had an incident this Sunday, Honorable Speaker, where a young man from Kino approached me on Sunday after church. And I showed him messages he had sent me during that period, and he had come to me for help. And I asked him, tell me what was your problem with the Finance Bill 2024. He could not articulate a single thing. He only told me I was opposed to the 18% increase of VAT. I went to the bill, I told him, please show me where that 18% VAT was being increased. And he couldn't find it. But that is the tragedy of misinformation and disinformation that our country suffers today. And I'm saying this, Honorable Speaker, because these members suffered insults, were vilified for taking bold steps to do what was right. And I remember saying on this podium, Honorable Speaker, that it is not necessarily true that what is popular is right. And not all that is right is popular. But this Parliament chose to do what was right for our country, and that is why today we have that story that the president was speaking to, a story of resilience, a story of faith in our country, a story of sacrifice, huge sacrifices by the people of Kenya, by farmers in Kenya, Honorable Speaker, who today are feeding our nation and reducing the burden of our foreign exchange that we have to cough out to buy food or to import food, be it maize that our farmers are producing, be it those farmers who are producing sugar for us along the sugar belts of Western Kenya, Nyanza, and the coast region of our country, Honorable Speaker, that this story of resilience and sacrifice is a story that permeates in every household across our country, Honorable Speaker. And that is not to say we are there yet, Honorable Speaker. And the President did allude to that fact, that we are not yet there, that we must continue to make bold and courageous decisions to move our nation forward, Honorable Speaker. That, as he has always said, it is indeed true that it is possible within our lifetime to be able to transition this country and our economy from a third world country to a first world country, Honorable Speaker. And at least it's good I had, Honorable Speaker, over the weekend, those who have no agenda, those who have no policies to expound to the people of Kenya, those who speak boldly in funerals over the weekends, Honorable Speaker, at least had content this weekend. But I was waiting to hear, since the President has intent and the will and the determination to move our country from being a third world to a first world country, and he clearly stipulated what we need to do and called on us as the House of Representatives to work with him and work with the Kenyan people as we move our country from the third to the first world, Honorable Speaker. And he was clear in his plan, Honorable Speaker, including the setting up of the infrastructure fund and how we will innovatively fund that infrastructure fund to be able to leverage on it to raise more capital to roll out development projects that will indeed transition our country from a third to a first world, whether it is in the provision of water, for irrigation, to ensure that we are producing adequate food for our country and even be able to export food from our country, whether it is in the rollout of dual carriage roads, whether it's from Rironi to Mau Summit, from Marua all the way to Nanyuki, Isiolo, whether it is the Maimahio road to enable those people who are going to Narok, like the Honorable Rebecca Tongei, to be able to commute from Narok to Nairobi in record time, and be able to move goods and services around our country, Honorable Speaker. That speech, Honorable Speaker, you could tell the clarity of mind that the President has on what he intends to do and what he's calling on us as a country to work with him and work with each other shoulder by shoulder to achieve. But the high priests of eternal pessimism, Honorable Speaker, in funerals and other social gatherings around the weekend, around the country, well, they are saying, oh, we cannot move the country to a third world, from a third world economy to a first world economy. And they have no idea on what needs to be done. How I wish these high priests of eternal pessimism, as shameless as they are, Honorable Speaker, they would at least give an alternative ideas on what needs to be done. Because it is easier to speak and criticize, but it is better to criticize and offer an alternative. And indeed, those in the opposition, Honorable Speaker, you pride yourselves that you are the government in waiting. You cannot be a government in waiting by just shouting only 3 words: one term, Kasongo, and must go, and nothing beyond that. And when they are challenged, Honorable Speaker, and they are told you have no agenda, you have no plan, and indeed even the people of Kenya at times say you have no brains to be able to articulate to Kenyans what you need to do for them, They take offense when it is Kenyans who are saying it. I saw the other day people in Ukambani, and Honorable CNN was there, in Kitui. The public saying, indeed, these people have no brains to be able to articulate ideas of how to move the country forward, Honorable Speaker. But they have a very quick mind and quick mouths to run their mouths and criticize and sell negativity and say how well it cannot be achieved. But you are not telling us, if you had the opportunity, what would you do? What is the alternative, Honorable Speaker? I want to invite members of this House and indeed the country to work with President William Ruto in walking the talk and doing what we need to do, Honorable Speaker. He has called on us to support the setup of the infrastructure fund, and I must, in a very special way, Honorable Speaker, as a leader of majority in this House, also express my thanks to the House and to all the members of this House who have been positive, who have been bold and courageous to make the right decisions at the right time for this country, Honorable Speaker. It is indeed true, Honorable Speaker, that those who 3 years ago were saying that if we set up the housing fund, there is not a single house that will be built in this country, are the same people today who are asking, how can I be able to buy an affordable housing or social housing or market rate housing unit for my family? But, Honorable Speaker, that also speaks volumes to the tragedy that we face as a country today because of leadership that misleads its people, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, it is true that the greatest tragedy we have had in this country is the tragedy of leadership. When you have leaders who cannot make decisions, when you have leaders who are watermelons in decision making, when you have leaders who are clueless, rudderless, visionless. Honorable Speaker, when you have such leaders, we lose the plot because they will not tell people where they want to move people to. All they can do is to look at the plans of others and poke holes in the plans of others. Please, for once, offer Kenyans an alternative. And I'm saying that, Honorable Speaker, because I saw some clueless governor of one of those purported Zoe leaders saying the other day that it is indeed true, hatuna agenda yetu ni kupeleka Ruto nyumbani. Then I asked myself, okay, Ruto goes home every day. Then what for Kenyans, Honorable Speaker? And that's why I have also been very bold at times to tell these members of parliament, fear not when people tell you, oh, 2027 home. Which home? You go home every day. You are elected leaders to make decisions on behalf of the people of Kenya. And you must be bold and courageous when you are making decisions on behalf of the people, so long as you are doing it in their best interest. And I want to believe that is why the President was commending the 13th Parliament, because you have made bold decisions in the best interest of the people of Kenya. When I see the rise of affordable housing units in Mukuru, Honorable Speaker, and Mukuru, by the way, is a very small fraction of what is being done. When you fly over Kibra, you can see the transformation that Kibra is going through. You can see the demolitions that are going on along Jogoo Road, I've forgotten the name of that estate. Makongeni estate, Honorable Speaker. Makongeni will probably be 4-5 times the size of Mukuru. Sports stadia across the country, Honorable Speaker. Sports academies in our villages, tapping on the talent of our youth, so that those who misuse our youth, because I've seen grandfathers calling themselves, oh, I am the leader of Gen Z. How can you lead a generation that you don't even understand? How can you lead a generation which you even have no plan for, or you have no vision of how you can transform their country for the benefit of these young people? The transformation, Honorable Speaker, that is happening across our country. Honorable Speaker, whenever I travel around the country, whether it's from Kapsabet to Kakamega, to Lokichogi, Honorable Speaker, to Mbere North, where I was yesterday, Honorable Speaker, to Embu, to Nyeri, they are hallmarks of the actual transformation that is going on, whether it is in housing, whether it is in roads being built, Honorable Speaker, roads, some that stalled way back in 2015, 2016, today are being reconstructed because of the bold decisions that this House made some years back, Honorable Speaker. We are the people, we are the leaders who hold the future of our children and our young people in our hands based on the decisions that we make. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, I've said, I join the President in commending this House, that amidst all that pessimism, amidst all the negativity, the bad-mouthing, the negativity, the misinformation, the disinformation, this House stood. And as the President said, we will have a paragraph as a House when finally the history of this country is rewritten on how we moved our country from a third world to a first world country. When we enacted laws that created the housing fund, when we enacted laws that transformed the health architecture of our country to ensure that every Kenyan across the nation, Honorable Speaker, can access universal health coverage. That, Honorable Speaker, in far-flung corners of this country where they never knew what a tarmac road is, they will be able to see tarmac roads like those in Kitui, those in the Matiliku Road, Emali Matiliku Road, which I saw the former Vice President doing some content creation along the road. And I want to invite Honorable Kalonzo Musyoka to please go back to the same road and do another content creation episode and show the people now that the road is being done. Go to Emali Ukia, show people that the road is actually being done. But you know, Honorable Speaker, when I say what has bedeviled this country, Honorable Speaker, is poor leadership and lack of leadership over the years, Honorable Speaker. You can imagine the people of Ukambani had leaders all along, but it has taken bold leaders like the Honorable Basir, like the Honorable CNN here, like the Honorable Rachel Nyamai, Honorable Kawaya, and other great leaders to make sure that they are taking development that was promised to the people of Ukambani. I am told the Ukia Emali Road, I heard Governor Kibwana say that his father, not Governor Kibwana, who is, I think, is 70-something years old, his father, and you can guess probably his father would be 100+ years, had that road promised to him when he was a young man by the colonial government. The Kenyatta administration came, promised the same road. The Moi government came during Mulu Mutisia's time, promised the same road. Mwai Kibaki's government came, did the Emali to Loitoktok road, but Emali to Ukia was never done. Uhuru Kenyatta's government was there for 10 years, and nothing was done. It has taken this administration 2 years to be able to deliver on very good projects like that of Emali Ukia, Matiliku, Emali Road to the people of Ukambani. And that is a story across the country, Honorable Speaker. That when this country was able to only employ about 300,000 teachers over a period of 60 years, 60 good years, within a period of 3 years, we will have employed 100,000 teachers within a period of 3 years. But the high priest of eternal pessimism will tell you that the education system in Kenya is dying. And they will not remind Kenyans that only a short 2.5 years ago in 2022, parents did not know whether their children would finish grade 6 and move to secondary schools or move to junior secondary in primary schools, how the CBC program, which is now CBE, would be transitioned from the old 844, parents were unclear. The high priest of internal pessimism will want Kenyans to forget that a short 2.5 years ago, our young men and women in our universities had their universities being closed down because of debts. But courtesy of the new funding program, Honorable Speaker, today our public universities are standing on their own. and on the path to recovery. It has not been a painless journey, Honorable Speaker, but at least there is progress being made, and that is the optimism, Honorable Speaker, that we must continue injecting to Kenyans, not injecting pessimism, negativity, bad-mouthing, and misinformation and disinformation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know I could speak on and on and on and on. But this speech, Honorable Speaker, gives the people of Kenya hope that indeed, as the President challenges us to reject small thinking, let us reject small thinking of 1 terms, 2 terms, 4 terms, 5 terms. It is possible today that the nations we envy, the Singapores, the South Koreas, the Malaysias, whose Prime Minister was here the other day, it is possible for Kenya to rise like those countries. But those countries rose because their leaders were bold when others feared. They were decisive when others, like those of our leaders in this country in the past, hesitated. And they were visionary when others settled for less. We must continue being visionaries. We must continue being bold, being courageous, and we must not settle for less. Let us walk the talk. And I invite this House, Honorable Speaker, to continue exhibiting the courage and the boldness that we have exhibited over the last 2.5, almost 3 years, Honorable Speaker, in making the right decisions for the people of Kenya. I know at times it's very good for us, Honorable Speaker, as politicians, to say the things that we know are going to excite the masses out there. But when the masses discover you're only talking for the sake of talking to excite them, they will punish you. So fear not when people tell you that you will go home. You will go home to find a happy people if you made the right decisions for them. Be bold, be courageous in making decisions. And Honorable Speaker, allow me in conclusion, as I conclude, to take this opportunity to, in a very special way, to welcome our brother and colleague, the member for Mosop, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa, who, Honorable Speaker, was unwell, and through the prayers of the people of Mosop and many Kenyans, God has seen him through to get back to the House and continue making the bold decisions I'm talking about and working in the best interest of the people of Mosop and the country. Honorable Kirwa, welcome back to the House. And I take this opportunity not just to welcome you, but to thank the Almighty God and the many Kenyans, especially the great people of Mosop, who have continued to pray for you to fully recover. And it is indeed great to see you here, well, walking on your own and being able to come and represent the people of Mosop and work as a member of parliament that they elected. And I thank the people of Mosop, particularly for being patient and being supportive to the Honorable Kirwa when he was in this post. And we wish you all the best, and thank God for being there for you. Continue serving the people of Mosop and the people of Kenya with the diligence that you have done over the last 2 years, with the courage that you have exhibited, that even at a time when Honorable Kirwa was unwell and out of the country being attended to, he had the courage even to come online and vote when he was called on to come and vote for what was important for this country, Honorable Speaker. That Honorable Kirwa had the courage to even organize programs, bursary disbursement in his constituency to make sure that he's following up the needs of his people. This is the resilience, Honorable Speaker, that the President was talking about. And I thank God for the Honorable Kirwa and thank the people of Mosop for the support that they have given to their Member of Parliament. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, because I just spoke about 2 terms and 1 terms, I want to encourage the people of Mosop to give the Honorable Kirwa an opportunity.
Nairobi refused to give me the medicine. At 2 o'clock, they told me I can go home. My wife told them, okay, before you go home, can we even do the checkup of his blood? It's when they did the blood work, and they gave me the paperwork, and they told me to go home. on my way home, before we went home, my wife asked them, did you read exactly what the paper says? And then she said, let me take to the doctor. When the doctor saw, they were now running everywhere to make sure that I get a bed. So I was there for 18 days. My heart was going down and down. When I was admitted at Nairobi Hospital, I was at 25% ejection fraction. It went down to 22, it went down to 20, it went down to 18, and it went to below 18%. In a week's time, I was going to die. But some way, somehow, God saw it, that I went to Dubai Hospital, and they told me, and this is something that I want to say. I know that it's very controversial. The Poisons and Control Board, I really want them to look at the medicine of this country. They told me to make sure that I leave all the medicine that I was given in Kenya, and they were going to give me their medicine. They gave me exactly the same medicine that I was given in Nairobi. But some way, somehow, my heart now started going up from below 18% to 20, from 20 to 22, from 22 to 20 to 30, and I was now stable and ready to go. And I asked the doctor, why is it that the medicine that you gave me was able to work, but I was going to die in a week in Nairobi? They told me, you need to look at the medication that you have in Kenya. Most of the medication, they have a problem. And I'm asking the Poisons Control Board, because if they can actually give me the medicine that was not working, so many people who have been taken to that hospital have died. Because they tell you that, of course, their service is okay. They bring you tea, they bring you whatever, but their medicine, I want to ask the government and the Poison Control Board to look at it. Because if it's the same medicine, I would have gotten better here in Nairobi. But some way, somehow, the pharmacy and the Poison Control Board needs to be checked and needs to be checked right. So I want to say thank you, and I want to ask to invest a lot of money in healthcare, because a healthy nation is a nation which is productive. It is so productive. And I'm asking the president to continue what he's doing in the healthcare. SHA is working. I want to tell you, SHA is working. Wait until you are sick, and then you'll realize that really SHA is working. So many people in my constituency, they go to the hospital and they get treated because of SHA. So I want to ask the Kenyans to make sure they enroll in SHA. But I want to ask the doctors also to be held accountable. Because if you go to the hospital and you tell the doctor, can you really check me out, what is the problem? They tell you it is malaria. They tell you you are sick for this or you are sick. But before they check you, they look at you and they decide you have this disease. I really want to ask that there must be a board that is holding them liable so that you can ask the questions to the doctor. Otherwise, they will continue, and so many of our sisters and brothers and our parents are going to die. With that, I want to say thank you, thank you, thank you, and may God bless you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Mary Kaitan.
Honorable Speaker, thank you for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the presidential address. But before that, Honorable Speaker, allow me to also join our majority leader in welcoming Honorable Kirwa back to the country, back to the House, as he continues to serve his people, the people of Mosop. And as I welcome him back, allow me also to thank the wife, Fraser Kirwa, who, without her, I don't think Honorable Kirwa would have been where he is today. Fraser has really given it all. And by the way, Fraser Kirwa comes from Honorable Ishungwa's constituency, but she's now our daughter in Mosop. So we want to say thank you to her. She's seated at the gallery up there, and want to tell her thank you, continue taking care of Honorable Kirwa so that he can be able to continue serving the people of Mosop. And as Honorable Ishungwa has said, if there is someone who deserves a two-term at this stage, I think Honorable Kirwa, the people of Mosop should actually see in their hearts to give him a second opportunity so that he continues to serve them, because he has done a great job. Even while he was away, many projects are continuing in Mosop, and he's been following them through. We thank you, Honorable Kirwa. Despite your sickness, you've always continued to take care of your people. On the President's address, I want to say the things that the President talked about. If we look at our country from 2022 when we came into today, the country has really progressed, and we can see that Kenya is a different place from the country we got into in 2022 when we got elected into this 13th Parliament. I want to thank the President for actually recognizing the efforts that this 13th Parliament has been able to give to this country, so that he is also able to then manage the country and be able to steer the country to where it is today. I will start with the energy sector. And for this country to develop, we need energy. And currently, our energy consumption is far less, energy production is far less than the consumption that we require, yet we want to move our country to a first world. And to be able to move our country to a first world, we need to go into manufacturing, just like the way the countries like China, countries like Singapore, countries like Korea, who do products like Samsung, are manufacturing products in their countries. And to do that, we need the basic infrastructure, one of the infrastructures being energy. The President has looked forward and futuristic and said that this country requires at least a minimum of 10,000 megawatts of power for energy or for production to be able to happen in this country. Related to energy is road infrastructure. And if we look at the roads that have been lined up, some that are currently ongoing, and those that have been lined up to be made in this country, you realize that the dream of being a first world is actually fast coming to a reality. If you look at the road, the expressway from Rironi to Mau Summit and all the way to Malaba, it will allow goods, it will allow that corridor, northern corridor, which is our business hub, to prosper and therefore be able to feed countries like Uganda, Rwanda, Congo, and the rest from the port of Mombasa. And if that happens, we make our port of Mombasa one of the busiest ports, and as well as get our goods internally from Kenya into the outside countries, and we are able then to grow our economy. If we look at issues like the housing and the markets, for us to be able to say we are growing our economy, we also need decent housing. Because some of the basic needs, we were taught in primary school that the basic needs that you require, food, shelter, clothing. And one of the basic needs being food and shelter is an issue, is a need that has been taken care of by our President very, very well. And today, every part of this country has an affordable housing that is coming up. The markets, for example. Our women who are told that they will be moved from the bottom to up. Today they have a decent place to do their business, a decent place to work, because a market has been built that has even places where their children can be able to play, they can be able to breastfeed their children as they continue to do their business and progress in their lives. And if you look at also the issues to do with education, I think the President has also progressed very well in education. From the time when we started in 2022 to now, 76,000 teachers employed, and by next year we'll have...
Just give her a minute.
Thank you. From the time we started to now, Honorable Speaker, we have 76,000 teachers, and we are expecting another 100,000 teachers by January to be employed. And finally, on the youth program, the Nyota program, that is a program that has really gone to help the youth and the youth to grow and know that they can be able to also build this country, build this nation by doing something that can also give them something into their pockets under the Nyota program, where they are getting 50,000 shillings to be able to start and grow a business. I think with all these and many more things that the President is looking at, we actually are moving Kenya from the current third world to being a first world country, and we want to join the President in the dream of moving Kenya to a first world country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. And honorable members, please be reminded that each member has 5 minutes. Reason being, there's a lot of interest from many members, so that everyone can have an opportunity. The Honorable Kainan, member for Elders.
Madam Speaker, dreams are valid. The State of the Nation address by the President has a number of positive issues that will add value to the well-being of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker, starting from the issue of microeconomic reforms, national issues pertaining to national stability, the issues on food security, issues on housing and urban development, issues on digital transformation, issues on youth empowerment, issues on livestock sector, issues on healthcare outreach, issue on education access, issue of transport and logistics, issue of digital connectivity, in particular to the new frontier, issues of financial inclusion, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, there are critical things that we as the people of Northern Kenya, and in particular the pastoral communities, when His Excellency was making the speech, a number of us were greatly concerned, and I must say this. But having gone through the report, word for word, Madam Speaker, I have seen the issue of the high ground fall dam along the Dawa River, and that will cover Mandera, along the Ethiopian-Kenya border, Madam Speaker. I've also seen a big mega dam called the Isiolo, Barsalinga. Madam Speaker, we really want to... The issue of Isiolo, Barsalinga Dam, Madam Speaker, in Isiolo, the issue of Sicily Canal in Garissa, the issue of Lowat Dam, Madam Speaker, in Turkana. Madam Speaker, we also wanted to hear the issue of the Isiolo, Modogash, Habaswein, Samatar, Wajir, Tarbach, Kutulo, Elwa, Wergadut, Ramo, Mandera, Madam Speaker, because this is in our heart. The fact that these were not mentioned, we were so discouraged. Madam Speaker, but that doesn't take away our rights as a group. Madam Speaker, I've also seen the issue of dueling of many roads, over 28,000 kilometers. We expected also those roads to be duelled, Madam Speaker, to have included the road from Thika, Mwingi, Garissa, all the way, even the one that's about to be tarmac, Madam Speaker. We also expected the same to include the road from Lamu, Ijara, Garissa, Isiolo, all the way to Ethiopia, Madam Speaker, because these roads are sentimental, Madam Speaker. But I also do know this report is not final. It can be improved further on, Madam Speaker. We also expected the issue of expansion of the national grid from Garissa. Madam Speaker, sadly, as I speak today, Wajir town is in the darkness, Madam Speaker. We have struggled. We expected also a Marshall Plan, a complete nationally choreographed energy program for the people of Northern Kenya. Madam Speaker, I want to really appeal to the President. This President has done so well. For those of us who have been around, we need to credit him. Dreams are valid, but there are issues that also need to be particularly tailor-made for certain communities that have been left behind. Madam Speaker, I know as a seasoned lawyer, as a lecturer, you know this thing called Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. That paper excluded the people of Northern Kenya from the affairs, the management of the Republic of Kenya, Madam Speaker. Whenever we miss our names, we see has somebody, a technocrat. The Mandarins excluded this. Madam Speaker, countries that have moved, countries that have leaped forward, have had a senior leader who has understood the aspirations, the thinking, the expectations of his people, Madam Speaker, to have moved to another level. Madam Speaker, we as Kenyans, we must appreciate what the President has done. We must also positively criticize what is to be done. Madam Speaker, I want to join the leader of majority. For those who are in the streets condemning the President, every morning, every lunchtime, every evening, allow the President to do his work. When the time comes for election in 2027, you will have an opportunity to interrogate what he has done and come up with your alternative platform, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, 2 more minutes or 3 more minutes. As the father, I'm sure.
Just 1 minute, but I won't be giving any more extra time because it's not fair on the other members.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for your kindness. Madam Speaker, the reality is we have a country. We must start from somewhere. This President has started from somewhere. I want to appeal to the naysayers. Criticize the president and his government positively. Bring alternative solutions. The alternative solutions is what will take our country forward. Madam Speaker, I want to also join my colleagues in welcoming our brother, the Honorable Kirwa. I know as human beings, challenges come. Welcome back to the people of Mosop. Welcome back to the 13th Parliament. And we pray to the Almighty God that you will have recovered and you will get an opportunity. And I also want to appeal to the people of Mosop, give this great young man an opportunity to further serve the people. Madam Speaker, in conclusion, what I want to say is this. There comes a time when the national interest must supersede every other petty partisan interest. I want to appeal to the people of Northern Kenya, wherever you are. This president has invested in every available opportunity to our development. He has attempted to remove marginalization. He has attempted to bring equity. He has attempted to deal with the issue of access, educational access. Issues remaining, let's discuss them in the boardroom. Issues remaining, let's fix an appointment with the president. And I said on record the other day that we as the people of Wajir, we are seeking an urgent appointment to find a solution to the power crisis in Wajir. Madam Speaker, this morning, allow me one more second. This morning, we have had a meeting with the World Bank, the Minister of Transport, and the entire players for the Horn of Africa. Madam Speaker, sadly, and I want to say this on record, that project is being sabotaged by technocrats. Technocrats who are hell-bent. Technocrats who are determined to create political discord between the president and the people of Northern Kenya. I want to appeal to the president, deal with those cartels who are out to frustrate that critical infrastructure road that will open up Northern Kenya. As it is right now, it's not going on well. And I'm duty-bound to say this. I support the report.
Thank you. Honorable Maika Mzigi, member for Taita Taveta.
Asante sana, Bispika, na mimi kunipatia hii fursa niungane na wenzangu kuweza kujadili hotuba hii ya Mheshimiwa Rais ambaye ni moja ya hotuba bora zaidi ambazo mimi nimewahi sikia, na ilikuwa hotuba ambayo ilikuwa ni ya kuleta imani na matumaini kwa Wakenya, kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Rais alitangulia kwa kutueleza ya kwamba wakati wa awali alivyotembelea hapa bungeni alikuja kutuambia mambo ya ndoto ama maono, lakini inatia moyo sana na inafurahisha ya kwamba msimu huu ama wakati huu alivyotembelea bunge hili la kitaifa, Mheshimiwa Rais hakuja tena kwa mambo ya ndoto ama maono, bali alikuja kwa mambo ya vitendo na mambo ambayo ni ya kuonekana kabisa katika nchi yetu. Kuna mengi ambayo aliweza kuyataja ambayo yalikuwa ni ndoto, lakini kwa sasa yamekuwa ni matendo, ni maendeleo yanaonekana. Na Bispika, mimi leo nataka kuchukua fursa niangazie ile kaunti yangu ya Taita Taveta kwa mambo ambayo kabisa mimi nimeyaona yakifanyika na mambo ambayo pia vile vile yanafanyika katika nchi nzima. Kuna mambo ambayo Mheshimiwa Rais alizungumzia, mipango ya mambo ya barabara. Na nikiangazia kule Taita Taveta, zipo barabara ambazo zilikuwa ni ndoto. Ni barabara ambazo zimezungumziwa kwa miaka mingi. Ni barabara watu waliziota mpaka wakaona kwamba hazitawahi fanyika ama hazitawahi kuwa. Lakini kwa sasa barabara zile zinaendelea kufanyika, barabara zile zinafanywa kazi. Bispika, barabara ya kutoka Taveta, Chala, Njukini, Rombo mpaka Elasit ni barabara ambayo ilikuwa imekuwa ndoto, lakini barabara ile sasa hivi inatengenezwa. Punde tu barabara ile itakuwa imeisha, barabara ya lami, watu wa Kenya wataweza kuitumia, watu wa Taita Taveta, watu wa Kajiado na watu wote, itafungua uchumi upande ule. Ipo barabara ambayo ilikwama kule Taita Taveta. Kule Taita Taveta tunapenda kuita sana the ring road. Barabara ya kutoka Bura kuzunguka all the way mpaka kurudi Mto Magodi. Ile pia ilikuwa ni ndoto. Barabara ile ilikuwa imekwama, Bispika. Lakini sasa hivi tunavyoongea contractor yuko kwa site. anafanya kazi. Kusema kweli, rais alikuja hapa na vile alisema alikuwa amekuja kuzungumzia ndoto, lakini saa hii ni mambo hali halisi yaliyopo na watu wanayaona. Masoko ya kisasa ambayo tuliyazungumzia tu na watu wakasema hayatakuwa, lakini hayawi yapo sasa hivi. Nikiangazia Taita Taveta tena, kule Voi, tukienda kule Maungu, lipo soko la kisasa limejengwa pale. Soko ambalo linamfanya mama mboga akae mahali pazuri, mahali pa heshima, mahali pa kuweza kufanya kazi. Lipo soko mahali panaitwa Mwatunge. Lipo soko ambalo mahali naitwa Taveta. Yapo masoko Kenya nzima ambayo Mheshimiwa Rais anajenga. Mradi wa manyumba watu walisema itakuwaje, haitakuwa. Manyumba sasa watu wanayaona kwa macho. Wengine wameshapata fursa hata ya kukaa kwa majumba yale. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Rais tunataka kumpongeza kwa ile hotuba yake, kwa sababu alikuja kutuzungumzia mambo ambayo yanafanyika katika nchi yetu. Masuala ya elimu. Hatujawahi kuona walimu wameandikwa kazi wengi kama hii serikali ya Mheshimiwa Rais William Samoei Ruto. Walimu 76,000 kwa wakati mmoja. Ulisikia wapi? Lakini hapa Kenya imefanyika na inaendelea kufanyika. Vile tukizungumzia masuala ya afya, SHA. Watu walikuwa wanasema SHA haitaweza. Sasa hivi kila watu wanasema SHA inafanya, na SHA inafanya kweli. Na vile wale CHPs ambao walikuwa wanateseka kwa muda mrefu, wanajitolea bure kufanyia watu kazi, wakaboreshwa, wakapewa vyombo vya kazi, wakapewa vyombo vya kusaidia wananchi, na vile wakapewa token of appreciation, wakapewa zawadi kidogo, fedha kidogo.
Member for Funyula, Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. As we debate the presidential speech as provided for Article 132(1), also let me join my colleagues in welcoming back Mheshimiwa Kirwa, and we pray Almighty God can give you strength and recover fully as soon as is possible. Honorable Speaker, the Constitution of Kenya and Article 132(1) requires that the President, among other things, once every year, report an address to the nation on the measures taken and the progress achieved in the relation of the national values referred to in Article 10. Published in Kenya Gazette, the details of the measures and progress under subgraph 1, and submit a report for debate to the National Assembly on the progress made in fulfilling international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. Honorable Speaker, I have read the President's speech, and since time is limited, allow me to pick 2 items that came out very clear, and as a honest country, we need to be very honest with each other and tell each other the brutal truth. And truth, but nothing else will set us free. Honorable Speaker, in paragraph 6, the President is very clear. He says he has come, first time he came with a vision. Now he has come to tell a story. I don't know which story that story is being told, whether it's provided for in the Constitution, but that's besides the point. But in paragraph 6, Honorable Speaker, he clearly says, evidence of promises made and promises kept. And that's where the crunch of the matter starts. When the President was looking for votes, when the President came to address this House the first time, he sold to us the manifesto, the plan of Kenya Kwanza UDA. And it's a document that's easily accessible, and it's a document that has been translated in quite a number, transmitted into a number of government policies that we are pursuing now, popularly called as better. Honorable Speaker, one of the promises the President made to this country was to address retrogressive taxation and regulatory compliance. Whether that has been achieved, the jury is outside there. But for the record of Kenyans, this is now the taxation, the number of taxes that Kenyans are subjected to pay every single day, every single year. Payee now ranges between 10 to 35%, depending on the salary band. Now there is shift, 2.7%. There's affordable housing levy, 1.5%. Corporate taxes are 30%. VAT is 16%. Capital gains tax at 15%. Rental income tax at 7.5%. NSSF is at 6%. Honorable Speaker, I do not know whether we have achieved addressing retrogressive taxation. Secondly, on the issue of regulatory compliance, the country, the newspapers, is inundated with members of this country who have hanged themselves, who have committed suicide because of the retrogressive compliance regime perpetuated by this regime. Honorable Speaker, the second promise was to improve reliability and bring down the cost of electricity. Honorable Speaker, records available indicates that electricity cost in Kenya is USD 0.221 compared to African average. Africa, I'm not talking about any other countries, 0.134. That means Kenya's electricity rates is much, much higher, even the average African country, the poorest continent that we have here. Honorable Speaker, we were promised capacity to improve their secondary schools, to guarantee access to quality education and reduce the cost of education. As we stand here today, Honorable Speaker, capitation has reduced from 22 to 16,000, yet now making education more expensive than it was. Honorable Speaker, then in paragraph 25, time might not allow, the President states the inflation stood at 9.6 in 2022, is now at 4.6 in this month, bringing much needed relief to households. The households are not relieved, Honorable Speaker. The cost of living is much higher. When you look at the CPE, that's Consumer Price Index, for this particular year, is much, much higher at 146.84 points compared to 111.886 points in the year 2022. Honorable Speaker, we might try to massage or cover.
The Honourable Member for Keyo North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. And before I give my comment on the presidential address, I want also to join my colleagues in welcoming Honorable Kirwa back to the House of Parliament. Honorable Kirwa, we have really missed you. And also, I would want to request the constituents of Masop to give Honorable Kirwa another chance, because this is one person that, despite the fact that he had health challenges, he kept on focusing on his constituents. Back to the presidential debate, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must say that William Samoei Ruto is the only president, if not the second president, who has been harshly charged. Madam Speaker, most people are only reading one side of the story. They only concentrate so much on the negativity. But Honorable Speaker, this is the only president, or this is the president who assumed office in a very difficult situation. When the president came into power, the cost of living was so high because the previous regimes had concentrated so much on consumption. But when he came in with a policy of subsidizing fertilizer, we are seeing that most Kenyans at the moment are enjoying life because the cost of food has come down drastically. Madam Speaker, I come from a region where we are producing maize. And when you compare this year and previous years, there is huge production of maize courtesy of subsidized fertilizer. Madam Speaker, Kenya today is a happy country because our students in school are equipped by human capital through employment of teachers. At the moment, the president has employed more than 76,000 teachers. And even we saw the advert this morning whereby Teacher Service Commission is going to employ more teachers. Madam Speaker, we have all read about the inflation from 9% to a level now that we are around 3.9% inflation rate. This is a government which is deliberate in ensuring that Kenyans get value for their money. Also on the part of housing, Madam Speaker, as promised by the President, It is no longer an history. When you go to all parts of the country, including my own constituency, which is Iten town, we are seeing houses coming up. And this is something that had been mentioned by previous governments long ago. But at the moment, houses that are being built in Kibra and the entire country is something that most Kenyans are witnessing. Madam Speaker, the President shared his plan on constructing dams. Apart from the existing ones that we have witnessed across the country, small and medium dams, the President elaborated to the nation on his plan of constructing major dams to enhance food production and also electrification. I am saying this because there's a difference between just talking for political expediency and giving practicality. We are having dams constructed across the country. Madam Speaker, I cannot even mention much about roadworks because there were serious problems when it comes to pending bills. But this government has managed to pay contractors, and at the moment we are seeing contractors across the country resuming to work. I would also want to urge even our colleagues, if you see that maybe those other sides of the country is far, visit Serena here. You will see that there's serious roadworks that is being done because he has managed to kickstart what had already stalled some time back. Madam Speaker, we have so many programs that the President promised before, and we are seeing that things are going on well. Security of the country, the issue of youth empowerment through Nyota programs, the issue of construction of sports facilities. For the first time, we are seeing one of the mega sports facility called Talanta here. Dr. Undo, if you get time, go there. There are things that are happening in our country that we have not witnessed before. I even saw some other people the other day criticizing this government that we are not doing anything on security. One of them purports to be a presidential candidate, someone who oversaw bodies being dumped in Yala River. But this is the only government that has assured security of its citizens and uphold the Constitution and obey the rule of law and everything. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honorable Member for Busia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I want to welcome back Honorable Kirwa. The devil is always a liar. Keep fighting the good fight, because you still have a lot ahead of you, and God bless you. Back to the President's speech. There is this adage that prevails, that out of the hatred of the cockroaches, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died. I want us to have a vision in the President's vision as leaders. There are things, if we did today, it is not us who are going to benefit. It is the fourth generation from now that we are building for. Today, if I built a house or an apartment, it's not mine. It is something for my future generation. And we have to somehow start today. The President has started something. It might look like a very big shoe to wear for all Kenyans, but he is a very good dealer in hope. Today, if you came to a place in Busia County called Lunyofu, no one could have even known that it existed. But the President, through his vision, has put it on the map. If you Google, you will know that Sports Academy, a standardized one, a good quality stadium, is coming up in that area. There is another area also called Igara. Who could have known Igara in Kenya? Leave alone Kenya, even the whole world. If you Googled it, you'll not even find it. But because he has seen that it is good to go where there is nothing and start something, he has started these big things that are shocking so many people. I am a witness. Groundbreaking was happening while I was there. such a place where nobody even could have allowed her daughter to get married to. Soon it will be a town, social amenities will be brought there, it will be attractive, and then with the time, instead of people coming to Nairobi or Kisumu or Mombasa looking for jobs, we will be decongesting the city, because there are cities that are built in towns that never could have become anything if we didn't do such things that the president has started. He is actually translating this vision into reality by starting many things in different counties. If we only shared that vision as leaders as well, and not poison our people from hating anything that he begins. So I just want to applaud the many things he has begun. There are others that are still coming up gradually, progressively, but there are those that actually have already taken off, and there is no looking back. It is time for Kenya to be a grandfather. We are not in an elementary level of growth like other struggling or teething African countries. So if we are going to be the giants, even in this East Africa and Central and East, whatever region in Africa, we must walk the talk. And a good leader knows what they want for their people. They go ahead and they show the way. And that is what the president is doing. So let us stop a little, pause a little, look, and just imagine what a beautiful baby he's trying to create out of Kenya. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Didi Nyoro, member for Kiharu.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this chance. And I want also to welcome my brother, Honorable Abraham Kirwa, back to Parliament. We are glad to see you. Na karibu sana. Honorable Speaker, I'll be direct to the point. One is that when we have such a situation where we are listening to the State of the Nation address, Honorable Speaker, data should speak more than words. Honorable Speaker, I say so because when you want to invest in a company, for example, you want to invest in a bank, you look at their financial statements, knowing that the Nairobi Securities Exchange and regulators like CMA and the Central Bank of Kenya have done their bit. And therefore you do it knowing that the data you are reading is believable. Honorable Speaker, I say so because some of the data I saw presented last week, I don't know exactly whether it is the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics that is wrong, or it is the speech, and especially the people who made the speech who didn't have the correct data, Honorable Speaker. The first thing I want to cite is the exchange rate. We have been talking here in Parliament and especially giving a narration that we have made the exchange rate to climb down. Honorable Speaker, in the day of elections in Kenya, the exchange rate to the USD was 118 shillings. The exchange rate during the swearing day, Honorable Speaker, was 120 shillings. The exchange rate reached 159 actually in 2023 when we were still around, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, the exchange rate has actually depreciated by 8.5% from August of 2022, Honorable Speaker. And it is in an era where the USD itself globally has depreciated by 10%. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, there, I don't know which data is actually correct. The other issue, Honorable Speaker, is the performance of the Nairobi Securities Exchange. The truth of the matter, and Honorable Speaker, it is usually said that when you have a lion, you just need to unleash it. You don't need to defend it. It defends itself. And that is how facts are, Honorable Speaker. You release them, they defend themselves. The Nairobi Securities Exchange, just like all the other stock exchanges in the world, they are not measured by market capitalization. They are measured by indices. And there are two indices in the NSE, Honorable Speaker. One is called the Nairobi Security or Share Index. The other one is called the 20 Share Index. Honorable Speaker, the highest you have seen, and I say so because in the speech, I saw that the Nairobi Securities Exchange is in its all-time high. Honorable Speaker, that is incorrect. The Nairobi Securities Exchange, even citing the last 5 years, Honorable Speaker, only, or even the last 10 years, its all-time high in the recent past was actually 2017. But the very much all-time high, Honorable Speaker, was actually around 2007. The Nairobi, the NASI, which is the OSHA index, Honorable Speaker, the all-time high of NASI was actually in 2017, not as it was being given in the speech. And the Honorable Speaker, even the data on construction. If you read the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, the construction sector in Kenya in the 2024 year, Honorable Speaker, it actually contracted by 2%. The consumption of cement was down by 7.9%. Consumption of steel was down at a level where we are doing housing projects. Honorable Speaker, I say so because for us to move forward, we have to be very deliberate and factual on where we are. And that is why, after all is said and done, data always speaks for itself. Because if you compare, Honorable Speaker, Kenya, compare the last 3 regimes for the first 3 years, the regime of President Mwai Kibaki, the regime of President Uhuru Kenyatta, and the current. The first 3 years, President Uhuru Kenyatta took the GDP of Kenya when it was $19 billion. In the first 3 years, it was $26 billion. It was up by over, I think, let me actually quote correctly, Honorable Speaker, it was up 36%. The first 3 years of President Uhuru Kenyatta, it was 21% growth in the GDP. The current situation, Honorable Speaker, the first 3 years, the economy has only grew by around 14%. If you grade using NEC, you times by 2, Kibaki gets 72%, President Uhuru Kenyatta gets 42%, President Kibaki gets 72%, Uhuru Kenyatta 42%, the current one is at 29%. You can use NEC to grade, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the other issue I want to cite is even the regional dominance of Kenya. In the year 2024, Honorable Speaker, Kenya was actually last in terms of growth in the region. Uganda grew by 6%.
Yes, you can. Yes, proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for addition of that 2 minutes. Honorable Speaker, I was saying, in the year 2024, Uganda grew by 6%, Tanzania by 6.1%, Honorable Speaker. Rwanda grew by over 8%, Kenya grew by 4.7%. Honorable Speaker, also as I said, facts are like lion, you release them, you don't defend them, they defend themselves. Honorable Speaker, as I come to the conclusion, I thought the President would actually talk about, or the speech would include the issue of debt. Kenya is currently borrowing 3.5 billion shillings every day, unprecedented. And besides that, we are borrowing also illegally, in the name of securitization, in the name of Talanta Board, and the rest. I thought that is a monumental issue that would have been highlighted. But lastly, Honorable Speaker, also, Honorable Speaker, I thought the speech would include the issue of education. The speech was read in a situation where, Honorable Speaker, our principals have received a circular to increase school fees for day scholars, Honorable Speaker, starting January. And I want to rally the members of this House. We must not sit here when the fees for day secondary school is being increased by government from next year. Honorable Speaker, very lastly, I didn't hear the issue of confirmation of the JSS interns, who are 20,000 in number. Honorable Speaker, these JSS interns, our brothers and sisters, must be confirmed into permanent and pensionable terms immediately without delay. I submit, Honorable Speaker.
What's your point of order, Honorable Mohammed?
Madam Speaker, though he has already finished, the honorable member was on the floor. As a concerned Kenyan, he has just indicated that Kenya is borrowing some billions every single day. I would like him to tell me today, how did we borrow, which bank, which institution borrowed us? Because when you are speaking here, we need to tell wananchi the truth, not just lying. You know, that's a story that can burn a country. When you hear your country is borrowing every day, I beseech you to ask him to give me evidence as a Kenyan. How much have we borrowed today, from which institution, who signed, where is the money? Please make this clear to us as wananchi wants to know on their behalf as a Migori member of parliament.
Yes, you've made your point. Honorable Dindo, I'll give you 1 minute.
Honorable Speaker, I don't know how to respond because it's hard to respond to such kind of an issue. Honorable Speaker, just advise the member that the data of Kenya is literally available even now in the Central Bank of Kenya. And it is difficult for me to do your job. Currently, as it is, Honorable Speaker, When this government came in, that is how it is, honorable member. The debt of Kenya was 8.7 trillion Kenya shillings. As we talk today, the debt of Kenya is over 12.5 trillion Kenya shillings. And therefore, we have borrowed over 3.5 trillion Kenya shillings in a span of less than 3 years. And therefore, if you divide that by the number of days, I have actually given a discount. We are borrowing more than 3.5 billion every single day, and that is unpalatable.
You have clarified. Thank you. Honorable Didi Rose, I think Honorable Fatuma, everyone is entitled to their opinion. No, everybody is entitled to give their opinion. Honorable Raso, proceed. You're next. You can speak, and you have 10 minutes because you're speaking on behalf of the chairperson of the Committee of Defense and Foreign Relations.
Committee of Administration and Internal Security. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
I'm told actually it's the Chair of Administration and Internal Security. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to welcome Honorable Kirwa back to the House, and we thank God for restoring his health, and we hope you will be back on your feet. Madam Speaker, let me thank the President for this very important address he made to the nation from the floor of this House. It is important for us to say the truth as it is. You know, Madam Speaker, leaders rise, and they make their countries rise at the right time. We had Kennedy in America who said, by the end of the decade, a man must be on the moon. Then we had Mao Zedong, who removed his country, China, from a peasant economy to a thriving economy. We had Lee Kuan from Singapore, a man who raised his country from a very rudimentary country in terms of the economy to today a first world country. Madam Speaker, Clinton, when he became the president in 1990s, he said the economy is stupid, and he transformed the American economy. So when we try to compare ourselves, borrowing from what Honorable Odinga said, of comparing ourselves to the growth of the Ugandan economy or the other East African economy, our economies are much bigger, and the growth has to be relative to what is the size. And that is why our economy cannot grow at 7, 8, 9, 10%, if really it can grow at 5%, and it still meets its strategic objective. Madam Speaker, let me talk about a few things the President talked about. The first one is about national security. Today, as Kenyans, we must appreciate this government that today that the guns are silent in the arid and semi-arid lands. Of the 6 counties of North Rift, you will find that there is no fighting. In Turkana, in West Pokot, in Baringo, in Marakwet, in Samburu, in Isiolo, in Marsabit. This shows the security investment by this government by improving the governance architecture of having DCCs, ACCs, by having more police stations, having more boots on the ground. Madam Speaker, this government is on record that today we are recruiting 10,000 policemen. That has not happened before in the previous administration. It is good to say when it works and when it is positive. We cannot always be prophets of doom. Madam Speaker, on agriculture and food security, at the beginning of his leadership, the President said, we are not going to subsidize consumption, we are going to subsidize production. Today, when you go to supermarket and you find that food is relatively more affordable than at the beginning in 2022, then it means the agriculture sector is working. Furthermore, when the president says that he's going to build dams in arid and semi-arid land, in Wajir, in Mandera, in Marsabit, in Garissa, in Tana River, because 80% of Kenya is arid and semi-arid land. These are the places where we are likely to have more land and expand land for agriculture. Madam Speaker, on the issue of infrastructure, you know, the reason why infrastructure is more important is for predictability in terms of traveling. Today, if I leave Marsabit at 8 in the morning, I know by 4 I'll be in Nairobi. That is how infrastructure is so important. Today we talk about the airport in Ethiopia, Addis Ababa. Then here we are saying we don't want to expand our airport at Kenyatta just because of busybodies saying the government is going to lose jobs and many other things. But what we are saying with this president, that he must be courageous enough to take the bull by the horns. By expanding Jomo Kenyatta Airport, we are the hub of this region. How comes that we are losing business to other countries in the region, much smaller than us? Madam Speaker, what is so important in infrastructure is to have national infrastructure bond. As opposed to expanding the tax bracket, more taxation to Kenyans. If we have a fund that is going to be self-regenerating, then it means we'll be able to construct as many roads as we can without resorting to Kenyans dipping more into their pockets. Madam Speaker, what this country needs is a change in the strategic culture. We must begin to have confidence in our leadership. If they are bold, if they give direction, if our leaders are able to make deliberate choices that is of benefit to the country, then we must support those leaders. Madam Speaker, the issue of investment in the human capital. We have the TVET, the Nyota program, and many other programs that is supposed to help the youth to be on their feet and eventually to be able to walk. For these programs to be successful, then it means Kenya must generate enough resources for this particular task. Madam Speaker, the other important issue which I must talk about is the issue of energy. You know, energy is the anchor for industrialization, is the anchor for development. Honorable Kenan there talked about the issue of Wajir, but Wajir is not the only towns in northern Kenya that are dependent fully on generators. If we must develop the north, then we must begin to focus on energy. And what the president should actually do is even to look at the possibility of nuclear power so that Kenya must industrialize without necessarily depending on its neighbors who are also able to sell power from their hydroelectric dams to us. Madam Speaker, I want to finish, and I want to say again about national security. If we walk around this country today, and what we experienced a few years ago, Kenya is relatively more safe. And this is the investment that this government has done on the security infrastructure and also the architecture. In terms of employing people like the Kenya Police Reserve, complementary forces that augment the forces that are there, because we do not have enough police officers or enough police stations to cover those gaps. As people from the ASAL or the pastoralists, we want to encourage more of the locals to be employed in KPR. There are also issues like mobility, force protection for our National Police Service and our security forces to be able to engage in difficult situations without being in harm's way. With those many remarks, Madam Speaker, I beg to support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Ngusia.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving this opportunity to add my voice to
And
this.
remember, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, and it is coming at a time when the President just visited our county and our region, the Lower Eastern. And before onset, I would like to take this opportunity to thank him more especially for visiting my constituency and becoming the first ever president actually to visit for presidential visit on matters of development. Congratulations, William Ruto, for what you did to people of Mwingi West. As thought project that was actually promised by the first President of the Republic of Kenya, 1976. Now it has become a reality. And Mwingi West people will never forget that. Madam Speaker, the President started by reminding us how far we have come since 62 years ago when we achieved the independence. And it reminded us we really struggled and sacrificed a lot. And right now, we are witnessing tremendous development in our country, relatively compared to our region. And it was very categorical that it can be done. The tigers of Asia, the South Korea, Singapore, Hong Kong, and Malaysia, the way they have come from far. While we can actually look at the national debt, when I remember the deputy president, when he was all over seeing it was, he found an empty coffers. But president went ahead and rectified everything, and congratulations to him, because we never devoted debt before. And the issue of inflation, I remember it was the chorus, and he found us in a very horrible situation when the prices of the commodities had already risen. And congratulations for that resilience. We have seen it, Madam Speaker. I would like to echo the sentiments Majority Leader Kimani Ichung'wah, who really traversed with us through Kabani region. And I can tell you for free, there are 4 key projects that the community has been crying for since independence. It is a reality. These roads we are talking about, it's happening now. And coming from this region, I can confirm without fear, the President has delivered in terms of road infrastructure. Recall when he counted the number of roads he is going to drill in this country, adding the kilometers to 28,000. And this one will take us to almost the first world. So we need really to be positive as matters of development are concerned, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the issue of GDP, Kenya was ranked 8th. Now we are 6th in Africa. That is a big plus. We have improved from position 8th to position 6th. And that is something that should be recognized. And we need to keep on moving up and consider now comparing ourselves with the tigers of Asia, instead of comparing ourselves with the African brothers and sisters, Madam Speaker. The issue of foreign direct investment, we noted it rose from 60 billion to 195 billion, Madam Speaker, and that is a positive territory, because attracting foreign direct investments is going to create employment to our youth, and it has a positive impact on it. The foreign reserves have surpassed $12 billion in our country. And since independence, it has never reached that level. So that is a positive plus, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I note the issue of agriculture. The productivity has increased because of the subsidized fertilizer the president stretched, and this way is going to cure the issues of food insecurity. But I would like to emphasize on the issue of water. We need to move from relying from rain-fed agriculture to at least construct several dams, the ones he mentioned. If it can be actualized and regionally distributed, we are going to cure this issue of food insecurity in our country, Madam Speaker. The issue, of course, which, Madam Speaker, I want to stretch is the housing. We have seen markets coming up, and all the constituencies are experiencing construction of ESP markets, and we are giving our traders places where they can trade with dignity. And this is laudable, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I would like to say thank you so much, and let us be positive. Things are happening in our country. Let us be positive and fix where we can. This is our country. This is our country, and we are the only ones who are going to build.
The Honourable Member for Keses, CPA Ruto.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity given me to weigh my comments on the speech that was made by the President on the State of the Nation address. But first, in his absentia, I want to commend Honorable Kirwa for the faith and the strength that he has taken through his health treatment and recovery process, and that today he has appeared here. I would have also wished to make a comment to his dear wife, Frashan, for the good work she did to ensure that she gave the right support to the husband. Madam Speaker, also allow me quickly to pay a tribute and message of condolence to the family of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga, that as we say in our culture, that thunder doesn't strike twice. However, to the family, today we received the sad news of the death of the sister to the late Right Honorable Raila Odinga Perry Laching, and it is so unfortunate, and I want to take this moment on my own behalf and the behalf of Keses to pay tribute. Madam Speaker, I want quickly to make a few observations on the speech made by the President. Number one, Mr. Speaker, if you listen keenly on how the President stood in the body of Mia and spoke to Kenyans through this National Assembly, it is a message of hope. It is a message of surety. It is a message of guiding Kenyans from where they were, the difficulties Kenya has gone through, to a better promise land, like the way God promised the children of Israel, that they will go to the land of Canaan, land full of milk and honey. However, it was a long journey, full of difficulties and challenges and hunger. This is where the country Kenya has been for all decades since we attained independence. We've had a lot of focus from the first president, where he spoke about fighting diseases, anger, and poverty, and of course, access to education. Second president came in the same way. Third president, the late Mwai Kibaki, spoke on the economic transformation, and he initiated the discussion about transforming our economic agenda and development of the nation. That is where the beginning of growth of debt in this republic, in equivalent level of the infrastructure growth that we saw. President Uhuru Kenyatta came in on the 4 pillars, the agendas on affordable housing, on the issue of food security, on the issue of universal health coverage, on the issue of housing. All those, he spoke about them, but we never saw the results. Today, as we speak, the current 5th president of the Republic of Kenya is not only speaking about his agendas, but he can demonstrate through his speech that things that are physical, you can appreciate that are happening in the nation. Every part of the country, you will see visible the issues that I spoke about, issues to do with housing, issues to do with market studies, linking production to the market and increasing the value chain, creating business, creating opportunity for earnings. You can speak about sports. You can speak about now infrastructure, which is the critical element of development and growth in our economy. Because where we are going as a nation is to to grow from production now to manufacturing. Madam Speaker, listening to my senior colleagues who have spoke here, casting aspersion and sending negativity on the statement of the president on the ground of the difficulty of our economic situation. Madam Speaker, I would have wished I had an opportunity when my senior was making statement here, Honorable Ndindi Nyoro. And he has categorically elaborated and reflected or compared the situation in our Kenyan market with the other first world countries, which I appreciate. We may not have gone that direction at the moment, but we are going there. However, I would have wished him to clarify that the three preceding budgets that he saw here as the chairman, budget and appropriation, and as we know very well, that the budgets of the country are prepared very well on or basing or on the background of the economic condition of the nation. I would have wished to know that those budgets that were prepared basing on those situations, and right now that is able to reflect on his understanding the challenges on those markets. Madam Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, there is the change of the Speaker. I would have wished now for him to compare and speak to Kenyans that those budgets were prepared on a stable economic situation, on a stable market, or prepared on a changing or without hope, so that Kenyans are able to put trust on the reports that are being prosecuted and presented to this House, that the budgets that were made are truthful and the budgets that were able to be measured to be achieved, so that Kenyans are able to appreciate works that are being done in this House. Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, and I want to say that we want to support the President and ensure that the President moves forward with stopping rejectionist and being full of negativity. This country, Kenya, has to move forward, but we must pay a price of sacrifice so that we move forward. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
Point of order, but he has already concluded. He mentioned something about my... No, you can only do it when he's still on his feet, yeah. Sorry. Gikaria, Honorable Gikaria. Honorable Gikaria.
I'm here, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to give my comments on the State of the Nation address that was given by His Excellency the President. Honorable Speaker, I want to start by saying that the address that was given by the President was factual. Honorable Speaker, in the very first paragraph, he says, 2 years ago, Honorable Speaker, when I delivered my first State of the Nation address, I had a vision to sell. And he said, today, I have a vision to tell. Honorable Speaker, how true this statement could be is elaborated, Honorable Speaker, by the so many paragraphs that in his speech that has reflected what he has to sell by saying factual, figurative, and even naming institutions, Honorable Speaker, that have spoken and have given figures. Honorable Speaker, the best thing about the President is that he does not only speak out of a blue, but he speaks from factual figures that he has gotten from different institutions, the Kenya Bureau of Statistics, and naming other institutions, not only even including international institutions, Honorable Speaker, that rates or give standing or gives. Honorable Speaker, we have been requested here by an honorable member to rate the current president vis-a-vis other presidents who have who had come before him. Honorable Speaker, we keep on reminding people that him at 27%, at 29% purported, as you are being told, Honorable Speaker, and with only 3 years of being in office, actually 2 years in office, then the actual rating could have come if he has finished the 10 years like the other two predecessors who have been indicated, Honorable Speaker. So again, it is not fair for you to compare somebody who has been in office for 2 years with somebody who has been in office for 10 years, and then you want us to believe that what you're saying is the factual truth. Honorable Speaker, that is not a proper comparative figures that you can be able to. But that said and done, Honorable Speaker, what Majority Leader had indicated earlier, Honorable Speaker, the falsehood and misinformation that is out there is something that is actually creeping into the Kenyans' mind by them believing falsehood that has been given, Honorable Speaker. And it's very unfortunate. Honorable Speaker, just over the weekend, when I was disbursing some bursaries forms for us to be able to be ready for the payment of bursaries for coming year, one of the people, when I asked whether SHA is working, several women raised their hand and said it's not working. When I challenged them that after that session that we've had, I will pick them to go to the hospitals that they had attended, and SHA was not working. But to my disbelief, Honorable Speaker, all the 4 women were nowhere to be seen because they were lying. And that is what is happening in this country. Honorable Speaker, it's very unfortunate. I would want to say that the President did give, and if you look at the 10-point agenda, I mean, there's so many issues that he has indicated, Honorable Speaker. It is true that the farm input, the harvest has increased, Honorable Speaker. The housing units, Honorable Speaker. Also, we are seeing so many in my constituency. For example, Honorable Speaker, we are having over 3,000 affordable housing that is ongoing. Honorable, that is the truth that is about the jobs that he promised these young Kenyans, Honorable Speaker. It is, and the SHA increase of registration, Honorable. All these are factual information, and the President has indicated by figures and the institutions that are rating. And Honorable Speaker, we just need to be focused as a country.
Honorable Sarah Korere.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to the Presidential State of the Nation Address. And Honorable Speaker, among the many things that we really expected to hear from this speech was the development of infrastructure in the ASAL counties. And Speaker, as a figure father, the President can only sell hope and faith to Kenyans. And Honorable Speaker, promises have been given not just now, since the beginning of the world. You know, God promised Abraham and Sarah that they will be the mothers of nations, that he will give them a lot of children, but they got one child, and the promise was fulfilled. Speaker, God promised the children of Israel that he will deliver them to a land called Canaan, and it took them 40 years to reach Canaan, and the promise was fulfilled. When promises are given, the next phase of promises is to wait for the promise. And Speaker, when the President spoke about subsidies, it is true. Before 2022, subsidies were given to fuel, to unga, not production, but consumables. And Speaker, these subsidies were enriching the ones who are already rich to the detriment of the poor Kenyans. But when the President subsidized fertilizer, the price of unga, which is a common meal to almost every table in this country, has reasonably gone down from the 250 in 2022 to 130, 120, depending on where you come from. But, Mr. Speaker, those of us who are in Jubilee, the Jubilee Coalition and the Jubilee Party last Parliament, we know the manifesto of Jubilee Party. One, it was the issue of affordable housing which we never did. Number two, it was the issue of universal health coverage, which we never did. Because every time you want to do something, you fear the repercussions. But for this president, he dared take the bulls by the horns. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, I was a little taken aback by this speech because I expected the president to mention, at least among the roads he mentioned, the Doldol-Nanyuki road, which has become an elephant in the room. If you come to Laikipia County, Mr. Speaker, all tarmac starts and end where Laikipia North begins. And Mr. Speaker, we are very hopeful that for the time of this president, the Doldol-Nanyuki tarmac will happen. And Mr. Speaker, when we talk of the price of unga, it is true the price of unga has come down. But if you go to buy unga in Doldol today, you will buy it for the 250 or even 260. Why? It is because of the cost of transportation. The pathetic state of that road is making all the prices go up. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the issue of security. There is no president who have done much in security like the current president. But again, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge the president that even as we recruit the police officers, we have those people who are called the National Police Reservists. Those National Police Reservists are actually sorting out the security situation in our counties more than any police officer can do. And my humble appeal is, at least these National Police Reservists should be kitted, should be at least well enumerated, should, if nothing else, at least SHA should be paid for all of them, so that as they put their life in line because of the citizens, because of us, and our cattle and our camels and our goats, at least somebody is.
Yeah, Janda, Shahir, Zahir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I would like to support the President's speech. Honorable Speaker, the President's State of the Nation address speech was precise, measured, and deeply reassuring. He spoke with firm clarity on our national progress and set a confident, unifying tone for the path ahead for the country. A statement's message, very well balanced, articulate, visionary, and anchored in service to the people. Honorable Speaker, I am a very proud member of Parliament today because this government, after very many years, is doing a tarmac project of about 50 kilometers in my constituency, Nyaribari Chache. Honorable Speaker, one of the phenomenal projects that has happened in this government is the affordable housing project. Honorable Speaker, after many years of failed leadership and broken promises, the President has boldly revolutionized the housing sector, turning dreams into keys in the hands of our people. Through visionary policies, innovative solutions, institutional reforms, he has sparked a robust economic growth, created job opportunities, and proven to us that true leadership is not just about building houses, but a stronger and a prosperous nation for all of us in the Republic. Against all odds, Honorable Speaker, the President has defied expectations with unwavering resolve, firm discipline, and commitment to make Kenya an equal among the global nations and not a third world country, but a first world country. And that is where we are, and we're in full support of His Excellency, the President. Honorable Speaker, Where many doubted, the president delivered, reviving hope, driving development, and uniting the country under the broad-based government. Honorable Speaker, the president's momentum, energy, his drive, and the synergy, and the programs and commitment to change is no longer in question. It is now the engine of Kenya's renewed hope and progress. Honorable Speaker, I want to disagree with my brother and my colleague, the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, who just spoke right now. And the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is talking about the government borrowing 3.5 billion shillings every single day. Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the Honorable Ndindi Nyoro, my colleague who is seated next to me here, to table and prove to this House and to the country how this money is being borrowed. That is a flat lie, and I want him to prove to us what he just said. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Janda, lie is not is a parliamentary language. You say misleading if you want to do that. Under the circumstances, you have to withdraw that. The word lie. You cannot say an honorable member of parliament.
I am sorry, Honorable Speaker. I want to withdraw the word lie and replace it with a misleading information to the country. And that is not right. So Honorable Ndindi Nyoro is misleading this House, is misleading this country with...
Order. You have not apologized. You apologize and withdraw the word lie that you have used, imputed against an honorable member.
Honorable Speaker, I want to apologize and withdraw that.
Oh,
thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Okay. The Honorable Adagala. Madam Adagala, followed by the MP for Garissa Township.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also speak on the head of state speech in this House, Mr. Speaker. Sir. I want to support that speech, my Speaker, keeping in mind that most of my colleagues have spoken about it, and I also want to speak on it, Mr. Speaker. The head of state actually stressed on so many things that he has put in place as per his manifesto to the Kenyans. And most of the things promised, Mr. Speaker, are being done here and there. If you can look at when he took over the office, the shilling compared to the dollar was extremely very high. But Mr. Speaker, within a short period, the shilling has stabilized and we can see great things coming up. And I'm very sure very soon things are going to stabilize and the shilling and our economy is going to grow in the highest way that it's supposed to grow. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to housing development, I think this is one of the best that has the current government under His Excellency William Samoei Ruto has done, keeping in mind that every Kenyan deserves to live in a dignified manner. Every Kenyan needs to have a decent home, a decent housing, not with the flying toilets and other things that are best known. Mr. Speaker, I can commend him on this, because the other government also had, the other Jubilee government had the same housing in their manifesto, which never happened. But I want to thank the President through his statement, and even we can see from the ground, nearly every county housing program is going on. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to roads, I've seen my people complaining, especially Western region, they're complaining roads are not there, but I think in the next speech, I want to ask and I want to ensure that our roads also are anchored into the next program so that we have most of our roads tarmacked like other areas. My colleague here was talking about Honorable Ndindi. Ndindi here is a very good young man. I can see he's doing a lot in his area. I'm talking on size of roads because I envy his area. When I think he was in the chairman of budget, he put a lot of money on roads towards that side. The next speech that will come here, Mr. Speaker, I think it will now be roads from other areas like my area, which needs to be, roads needs to be tarmacked so much. But I want to say that this is the best message the President brought into this House, because things are being stabilized here and there. And Mr. Speaker, if we can go by that, this is just almost a quarter or 3/4 of his regime. I'm very sure in the next, I heard people screaming here 2-term, and I think in the next 2-term, things will be okay. The country will have stabilized in everything, and we will be good to go. Mr. Speaker, I think this should be encouraged, because once things stabilize, like I'm happy with the fertilizer. You know, us in our area side of our place, we like eating ugali, and I want to say that the fertilizer reduced from the last regime from 7,000 to 2,500, which is a plus. And also will encourage, as we are coming to the new year, I'll encourage also, he may look at the seeds also, the prices to come down, but the farmers also who are planting the maize and so forth also to have good prices. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, to me, this speech was very well calculated. It is a very good one. We need to encourage this, but now we want to ask the President to keep on pushing for more and also fight the demon that is called corruption. I'm sure once corruption is fought, this country, we are going to be among the best, as he is desiring Kenya to be like Singapore and other developed nations.
Yes, the Honorable MP for Garissa Township.
Thank you,
followed by the Honorable Rosa Buyu, and then followed by the Engineer Kiragu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In that order, and then followed by Omondi Karoli. Proceed.
After me, okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, also for giving me this opportunity. Let me take this opportunity also to congratulate the President in his State of the Nation address last week on Thursday. Mr. Speaker, the President in his opening speech was that 2 years ago I made a statement here on the vision he has for this country. And he had outlined at that time the vision he had for this country. And on that also, the manifesto he presented to the Kenyan people during the last general election. Mr. Speaker, the President, the promises he made during the campaigns for 2022 elections and the statement that he made in 2023 during the State of the Nation address were in line with his vision he had for this country. What we need to ask ourselves as a country is the President following the promises he made? Is he implementing those programs that he promised as a country? And one of the things that we should be asking, is he following the manifesto that he had during the campaign period? Those who are keenly following those promises that he made, and again, as a country, we must be patient with the promises that are made. You do not expect miracles to happen in a country that had faced so many challenges. 60 years of neglect as a country, poor leadership, it cannot be changed by an individual within 3 years of leadership. The President has given us hope, and we must follow through that hope that he has given. Did the President promise food security in terms of subsidizing production against consumption? It is very clear in the last general election, before the general election of 2022, during the subsidy of unga, people were given certificates to go and source, tenders and to go and source for maize as a subsidy. And people were making a kill out of that. And at the end of the 2022 election, the country had a debt of 6 billion owing to those who were given subsidy to the millers. Did that improve? The fact that he gave subsidy to production, food production in terms of fertilizer, Did it improve the food prices of this country? That is a fact, and it has happened. Did the president promise affordable housing? Did he promise during the election of 2022 in his manifesto? Yes. Did he promise during the first State of the Nation address? Yes. Is it happening? Yes, it is happening. And that can be confirmed. Did he promise markets? Yes. Are they happening? Are they under construction? They are happening. Did the president promise hustler fund? Today, hustlers have borrowed 80 billion Kenya shillings, and there is a saving of 5 billion shillings out of that 80 billion borrowed. And we have 76% payment by those who borrowed. Did the president promise stabilization of the fuel prices? Yes. Did it happen? It happened. During Uhuru's time, fuel subsidy was done, almost 40 shillings a liter to the fuel OMCs, those who are supplying fuel to the country. During that period, did we face challenges in terms of accessing fuel in this country? Yes. Did it stabilize now? Do we have enough flow of fuel, the availability of this fuel? Yes. Did we pay, during that time, at the end of the 2022, after the election, oil dealers owed this government 70 billion Kenya shillings, and it was paid by William Ruto after he came to office. This country today, Mr. Speaker, every international organization is trooping into this country. WTO has opened. UN offices have been opened, relocating from New York and Geneva. Why is it happening? It's because of the stabilized country, politics, good politics, the democratic ideals of this country. Did the president promise teachers? 76,000 teachers were recruited during the last two periods. Almost a third of the country's teaching fraternity for the last 60 years. So, Mr. Speaker, as I support this agenda of the president, Kenyans must be patient with the president. We do not expect magic to happen so that...
Give him an additional 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, the president mentions a number of roads in this that he intends to construct. I want to do some asks from the president as a people of Northern Kenya and as a representative of people from Northern Kenya. Isiolo to Mandera Road is under construction that was started by this president, but the pace is going very slow. We want him to finish those roads between now and 2027. Garissa, Dadaab, and Liboi Road, a very key road that the president promised us, not yet started. We want him to look into that. Wajir Moyale Road, a very key road connecting us to Ethiopia to improve our economic activity of our nation. Mr. Speaker, let me say that we ask the president to take up those issues, the new roads we are asking as a people of Northern Kenya, and he's on right track. Those who are against his ideas are not factual. They just want to make it difficult for him to run this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Rosabio, I thought I mentioned in that order. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to thank you for giving me a chance to speak. And before I say anything, I just want to say that I've had a very long month. But God is gracious, and we are back on our feet, and the country will move on. Mr. Speaker, the biggest gift that the Constitution has for Kenyans is devolution. Because devolution dictates that every part of this country gets something or gets developed in equal measures like the other part. For a long time, Mr. Speaker, we've had issues with development being skewed, and many Kenyans have cried foul that they don't get any return of their hard work and of the taxes that they pay. And that was supposed to be cured by devolution. Mr. Speaker, when the president did speak to us last week, I'd hoped that he'd tackle the issue of devolution and the challenges that devolution is facing and what the government hopes and plans to do to meet or to effect to answer to those challenges, but that did not come through very clearly. Mr. Speaker, I also expected the President to speak on corruption. We know that corruption ails many sectors in this country, and we know that not enough has been done to mitigate corruption. I also expected the President to talk about that. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, the greatest thing that the President demonstrated was the fact that in his reign and the few years that he's been on that throne, the distribution of development in all parts of Kenya is top of his agenda. Mr. Speaker, for a long, long time, Nyanza was left undeveloped because of the saying, and I dare say it in Kiswahili, siasa mbaya, maisha mbaya. Mr. Speaker, because we chose to do politics in a certain way, Nyanza was always left behind when it came to development. But I want to look at two aspects where the President has really performed well and where he demonstrated in his address. The two aspects are in infrastructure, in terms of roads and housing. And when I talk about Nyanza, we've seen tremendous improvement on roads. Mr. Speaker, in Kisumu, we've had the Chemelil, Miwani, Moroni Road, which has been lying like a dead elephant for a long time. But I'm happy to say that in his government, we now have that road almost complete. Mr. Speaker, we talk about SGR. SGR was a thing that was always in the other government, but SGR is now going to be effected, and it will run up to Malaba, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to look at South Nyanza and talk about the Lake Victoria Ring Road. We know that when that is done, it will open up places and it will ease transport and open up economic opportunities for the people. And the reason why I'm saying this is in his address and in his government, we are seeing that areas that were underdeveloped or long forgotten, despite the fact that they did not vote for the government and other people chose to call them non-shareholding areas, he has turned a blind eye to that non-shareholding nonsense and is actually looking at Kenya as a whole and developing Kenya as one nation. Mr. Speaker, I come from Kisumu West. We have one tarmac road, but guess what? Hololela is also going to be tarmacked, and it's in this budget, in an area where nobody ever thought that we would have a security road by the name of Hololela. And I want to thank the President for all the effort that he's putting and ensuring that Kenya moves as one. Because when development is skewed, there'll be no peace in this country. But when you spread out development and every Kenyan feels like they're taken care of, Kenya will remain peaceful. So I want to thank the President for the effort that he's put. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you once again.
Engineer Kiragu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on the presidential speech. One, I want to thank the President for a speech that gave us the history of this country and also gave us the direction and the hope as to how we can move this country forward. I also want to take note of the fact that he has fulfilled that obligation that is in our Constitution to come to this House to give a state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, for us to grow this economy, we will need to be people who are not fearful, people who will make decisions and follow them through. We have been mentioning many countries like Singapore, Malaysia, China, Japan, and many others. Mr. Speaker, those countries made very, very difficult decisions for them to be who they are. And this country, for us to solve some of the major problems we have of unemployment of our youth, we have to make very difficult decisions. Mr. Speaker, we have a challenge of making this country competitive to enable people to come to this country to invest so that we can create employment. One of the key things that the President mentioned is to bring down the cost of power in this country. And I am happy myself as an engineer when he mentioned about nuclear energy. Many people fear this nuclear energy generation. But most of the countries that have made it, they have actually utilized the nuclear energy to make their power generation more efficient and affordable. So for us to move on is to stabilize our education system, to make sure that we emphasize research and development. I know, Mr. Speaker, one time I was the engineer in charge of Nyayo car. And when we finished the testing and we were to do commercial, there was argument, and I want to respect my friend, honorable member of Dede Nyoro of Keharu. I had many such economists give figures and data, and all of them, they were negative. What we lost as a country is an opportunity to be a car manufacturer, because they argued you are not many in the country. And I was there seated saying, what about Sweden? They are only 7 million with their car like Saab and Volvo, and they were doing well. But Mahindra, the one of India, they made that decision at that time. And today, Mahindra is a vehicle manufacturing company. So this opportunity we have today as Kenyans to move this country forward will require us to make sure that the route we will take will develop the infrastructure, will skill our people up so that they have a challenge for this century. And I believe in the infrastructure, the ICT network that we have, lowering our power generation, we can improve this country so that it becomes competitive. Speaker, on Friday, I welcome all the members of this House and the public to come and witness a historical event when we are launching the Mau Summit Kamadora project. Many people will talk about figures and scare us, but this is a reality. That road between Limuru and Naivasha, we have had many people who have died. As a country, we have lost over 4,000 people in a motor vehicle accident. What about the time we lose in our highways? I wish somebody can quantify that when they are giving the data. As a country, we are ready to improve infrastructure in this country. And Mr. Speaker, unless we do some of this very heavy lifting, this country will not be able to be taken to where we are. We cannot compare ourselves with our neighbors. I wish somebody could say, what is the debt GDP ratio of Sudan, Uganda, and our neighboring country? And also tell us, in US, what is the debt?
Give him a minute more. Conclude, Engineer Kiragu.
So that when we are talking about this debt ratio, we also factor the others that we know, and to see whether this country is way off or is also in the same region with the others who want to go like we want to do. But I believe this House, this time, we cannot talk about the past. We have an opportunity ourselves to guide this country to move ahead. Thank you.
Amondi Karoli, I thought was next in that order.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Let me begin by conveying my condolences to the Jaramogi family on the loss of Beryl Achieng Odinga, one of the late Right Honorable Prime Minister Raila Odinga's sisters. She was a very gentle lady, very calm, and we are very sorry for losing her, especially soon after we lost our dear departed Prime Minister. So our condolences to the Jaramogi family. We wish them all the strength to endure this loss. Honorable Speaker, I'm very happy that the President gave a very eloquent speech in this House. And if you saw the enthusiasm with which he delivered it, and even the way it was drafted and the comparisons it gave. It was a great speech, no doubt. And I think it really painted his vision for the country and what he thought we should do to achieve that vision. But I'm very sorry, I think it was rather misplaced in the context of a State of the Nation address. And I'm saying that as a lawyer and somebody who was a good civics student, and also out of a desire that when we debate some issues here, we should project the correct position under our Constitution to Kenyans, and especially those who are still in school who could be looking at us. If you look at Article 132 of our Constitution, the State of the Nation address should capture three issues. One, measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles under Article 10 of our Constitution. And the President gave us a report, which is 667 pages on that particular matter. The second item that the State of the Nation address should cover is progress made in fulfilling the international obligations of the Republic of Kenya. Again, the President submitted a report of 659 pages on that particular item. And the last one is the state of national security, where he presented a 116 pages report. But if you look at his speech, there's a disconnect. He did not talk to these reports. So we could be confusing wananchi that the President's speech, which in my view would have been a great pre-budget statement or a very great statement at the launch of a party manifesto, is what the State of the Nation address should be. And I'm saying this because the question we should ask ourselves, why a State of the Nation address and why Article 10 of the Constitution? There's a reason. Because the framers of our Constitution believed great nations, progressive nations, and stable nations are founded on national values and strong institutions. And those are the two areas that the State of the Nation address should be talking to us every year about, so that we can list those values. And of course, they're in this report. But if you listen to the President's speech and you're just an ordinary person, you'd think the State of the Nation address is about roads, is about hospitals, is about this. Those are elements of a very narrow concept of the national values, which may be inclusivity or respect of human rights. But we have issues of devolution, and devolution, we've had it for now about a decade and a few years. Has it worked? What are the challenges? What are we doing to make devolution work for the people? These are the kind of things that I'd expected we would talk about. Public participation is a national value. We still don't have a public participation law. What are we doing to have a public participation law? Human rights. We have issues to do with compensation to victims of police brutality, riot victims. What are we doing about this? These are the kind of things. Integrity issues, which some members have articulated here. What have we done to fight corruption? How many people have been prosecuted successfully? What has been recovered? These are the kind of things. The Chapter 15 constitutions and the independent offices, have we strengthened them? Have we weakened them? Have we given them budgets? Are we teaching nationhood science, our national values in our schools? In terms of international obligations, have we fulfilled our obligations under customary international law, under treaties that we are parties, under state organizations, international organizations to which we are members? These are the kind of things that this House should be debating. So we are confusing wananchi when we are talking so strongly about roads, railways, but those are not the contents of a State of the Nation address. State of the Nation address has been defined under Article 132 of our Constitution. And as great as a speech that was delivered here, which cumulatively is about 1,500 pages, surely we should...
You want to give him an additional 1 minute. Proceed, and you can take a minute if you...
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. The reason why I'm saying this is that if we truly aspire to make Kenya a great country, like Singapore did, it is based on values. It is based on strong institutions. Look at the book of Lee Kuan Yew. Lee Kuan Yew said two major statements. One, if you want to compete globally, then you must adopt global standards. Number two, when he was asked the question which we always ask, why did Singapore make it and Kenya didn't make it? He said, in Singapore, they let me live. In Kenya, they killed my friend Tom Mboya. It's about institutions, it's about leadership, it's about values. And the State of the Nation address is supposed to keep reinforcing and re-emphasizing those issues every year before this House and to the public, so that as a nation we can all draw together behind one vision. We don't even have a successor of Vision 2030. A partisan political party manifesto, like what we have, the UDA manifesto, cannot be expected to deliver the kind of transformation we want. A true transformation will come out of a joint economic platform built by all parties and the entire country. And that is what the state of the nation should be about. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Naomi Wako, followed by Honorable Waluke, and followed by the Honorable MP for Dagoretti South. Am I right? And
Thank you.
Then to be able to temper it also in terms of gender, the Honorable MP for Narok North. I'll come to you. I'll come to you all.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also add my contribution to the current debate on the presidential address of 20th November 2025. Honorable Speaker, as a country, this speech has helped us to see a growing country, to see a country that is rebuilding its economy, to see a country that is being unified, to see a country that the leader, who is His Excellency the President, is working very hard to move from third world to the first world. Honorable Speaker, that cannot come easily. We have to all work very hard, and especially the elected leaders, together with our great people of this nation. We must work together so that we realize that big dream of transforming the entire nation. Honorable Speaker, when this government came into power 2022, we found ourselves in a big challenge because of the damage that COVID-19 brought. People's economy and businesses has crashed. Many people have suffered because of the challenges we went through during COVID. The country has gone through a big challenge because we were not growing in terms of economical empowerment, and because our businesses has come down. But Honorable Speaker, immediately we came into power, our president focused on different areas, on health, housing, infrastructure, and education. As a result of that, this government has enabled 73,000 teachers to be employed. And under that employment, every part of this country has benefited. One good thing that our president has done is serving this country and bringing all of us together, and also exercising equality. Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate our president for all that he has done, and especially on health issues. SHA is working today. I remember when we debated, others were making fun of it and saying SHA, she, chief, and everything. And they were so negative. But today, their own families are benefiting. I have a relative who has benefited from this. Under education, as I said, our president is fully committed. And that is why, again, we have that promise of 100 teachers, 100,000 teachers to be employed. That will transform education sector. And Honorable Speaker, we also know very well that His Excellency spoke about infrastructure, the many roads that are being built, and lots of roads that were not on today are working. Mine is just to say that areas like the place I come from, the security roads and other things that we have already made requests. And even I know when the president will visit our county for development tour, we'll be able to put some things in light. But mine is just to say that as a nation, one area that our president needs to focus on is on fighting corruption, which has become a real problem to us. I know he's focused, I know he's committed, but his next speech should cover that.
Give her a minute, an additional minute.
In his speech, the president extended a deserved recognition to this 13th Parliament. Honorable Speaker, we all know very well what happened 2024. Today we are recovering, and we have helped our president to grow this country together with us. And we know very well that under his leadership, this House will continue making some positive marks and bringing this nation to a place where everybody will say, yes, we are in good hands. And thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
The Honorable Waluke, when the chair gives a certain order, that order has got.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me a chance also to contribute on the State of the National Address of the President. Our President was very clear, Honorable Speaker, and his speech inspired many of us on that day, Honorable Speaker. He talked of so many things that affect us as people of this nation, Honorable Speaker, especially the economy of this country. Honorable Speaker, it is true that the economy of this country has improved compared to as it was before. Honorable Speaker, in 3 years, indeed, our president has tried because of paying debts for this country and also making sure that the country does not remain behind in terms of development. The country is developing. Is the first president, the Honorable Speaker, to make sure that he pushes the resources from the central government to the down to the villages, to the constituencies, to the counties, where the people of Kenya are, because we all come from rural to the city, Honorable Speaker. He has made sure that when you go around the country, Honorable Speaker, everywhere, you can see a project, a national project, either water project, road infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, electricity. You can see it is going on almost everywhere. Development, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as we speak, the inflation has come down. You saw 2 years ago, politicians were wearing sufurias on their heads because of lack of food. They incited the country. Honorable Speaker, our young people joined them. But now, there is plenty of food because of the prices of fertilizer came down from 7 to 2,500. And that is what we were lacking. And the GDP, Honorable Speaker, is growing from 115 to now billion to now 136, which is showing that at least Kenya is growing economically. Honorable Speaker, if all Kenyans support the president. He's out to make sure that he moves this country to another level, which is our desire, Honorable Speaker. The latest that I saw was about Kenyatta, to make sure that the youth of this country can also join others to do business, so that they grow together with other businessmen and women of this country, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we are moving together, supporting the president to make sure that this country is moving the right direction, because he wants to move Kenya to another level. He has a vision and a mission and a direction of this country, Honorable Speaker. So with those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I urge Kenyans to support and leave alone the politics, because politics is over until 2027. But all of us, as people of this country, should come together and leave out the hatred, so that we can support our country, we can support our government, we can support our president to move our country forward. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
MP for the Greater South, followed by Madam Pareo. No, first is KJ first.
Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to debate this very important event in the Parliament, in the life of Parliament, Mr. Speaker, when the President gets the opportunity to appear before this House and report to country on the progress that is being made on the promotion of our national values. Secondly, for the President to come and tell us how we are doing as concerns our international obligations, and also for the President to come and talk to us about the state of national security. And Mr. Speaker, we all have to admit that away even just from the substance, even the form, the way this State of the Nation address was delivered was in a state that we all agree was done very well, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, coming out of this address, it was clear that we have a leadership and a president who has decided that we can no longer as a country afford to kick the can down the road. That it is time for country to do those things that we have always wished to have done since independence, but have never had the political goodwill or even the fortitude to do them, Mr. Speaker. We all know that some of the things that the President is reporting to us on the state of the nation, be it housing, be it universal health care, be it the change of our education system, be it a matter to do with the promotion of our youth, are issues that have lived in our manifestos for now more than 6 decades, Mr. Speaker. But each time any president has attempted to go forward with affordable housing or to go forward with universal health care, because of wanting to play populist politics, everyone has shied away from it. But Mr. Speaker, coming from the address, we could see the president report to us on the progress that we are seeing on affordable housing, Mr. Speaker. Unprecedented development across this country, offering in excess of 160,000 jobs to our youth, creation of fittings and furniture in our houses by our own fundis, Mr. Speaker. Things that we have wanted to do for over 6 decades are happening now, Mr. Speaker. We all know what mess we had run into as a country because of NHIF and the things that were happening as we were developing private hospitals at the expense of our public hospitals. And now, Mr. Speaker, coming out of this address from the President, we can see clearly that we are reversing that drive towards the building of private hospitals using national resources at the expense of national and public hospitals, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, the takeout from this address is that, one, Kenya is at a place where we have decided we will not kick this can down the road. We will face these problems head on, and we shall deal with them head on, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the second thing I heard from this State of the Nation address, beyond the figures and the numbers that were enumerating the successes, I had a new call, Mr. Speaker, to
a reimagined Kenya, where we have to think as a country, if we want development, where does the money come from? And Mr. Speaker, it is very clear that for the last years, we have been getting money from people's savings. We go to China and get a loan. The loan we get there is the savings of the people of China. And the president, in the State of the Nation address, was calling us to reimagine how, as a nation, we can push up our pensions, how we can push up our savings, and even how we can reorganize our budgets to save more as a country than we have been saving, Mr. Speaker. And why this is important, Mr. Speaker, is because going forward, we can see where we are at with our debts. We have already touched the debt ceiling, Mr. Speaker. So this call by the president on an infrastructural bond, on a sovereign bond, Mr. Speaker, talking to us about how we can become the new Singapore, Mr. Speaker, the answer lies in the soft issues. For Singapore to be what they became, there are two critical things that Singapore did. One, meritocracy, the place for meritocracy. And Mr. Speaker, the second thing is patriotism. On meritocracy, Mr. Speaker, we have to say that Kenya is in no doubt going to get 100% of President William Ruto. The question has to be, what percentage of KJ will Kenya get? What percentage of that other person will Kenya get? The president has committed to his job.
Give him an additional minute.
This president has demonstrably committed to doing his job, but Mr. Speaker, it must be said that he may not be able to do it on his own. What this House must call up the executive to do is the executive must bring up meritocracy. Those who perform must be rewarded for performance. Those who can't perform must go home, Mr. Speaker, and we get people who are able to deliver together with the president. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, patriotism as a soft issue. We all must be proud to belong. And by being proud to belong, Mr. Speaker, then we shall be able to give not only our 100%, but everybody else's 100% for the betterment of country. And Mr. Speaker, the state of nation, as I had it, is that this nation is coming from a very deep hole. We have stopped digging. Now we are starting to find how to claw out of this hole. Mr. Speaker, I do thank you.
The Honorable Madam Pareyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency. This speech, I listened to it, and this speech gives hope to Kenyans. Why? Because when this government came to power, Kenyans had a lot of problems, starting from food. There were so many families that could not put food on the table. But when he came with an idea of subsidized fertilizers, all farmers were able to put food on the table because they could get food to give to their children. And when you look at our constituencies, there are constituencies that have not developed like others. There are those that were not considered. But these days we see the president making sure that we equally get what other constituencies are getting. When he came to power, you look at my constituency, when I went to him to see him on electricity, definitely he was able, and we were given an affirmative action funds to make sure that we come to the level of where other constituencies are. That means that all the development agendas are in every constituency, not like those days when there were people who are considered leaving other people behind. So we are now moving at the same path, and we are proud to say that in our constituencies, we see projects coming up. Like in my constituency, we have a road that they have already tendered, and that is going to be a tarmac road that will be done in an area where we do wheat. And some of my people are farmers, others are pastoralists who look after the animals, but we have no roads
But we see the president now coming out, considering these constituencies like other constituencies. So this speech gives us hope and gives us a direction of where we are coming from and where he wants to go. I know that he had to make very hard decisions when he came to power because almost there was nothing moving. And everybody was annoyed because we were all complaining of fuel, we were complaining of food, and we were not seeing what was going on. And there were people demonstrating, putting the sufurias on top of their heads because that was a demonstration to say that they have no food to put on the tables. But these days, we have more than enough. We have food that we eat, and we have food that we keep in our stores for tomorrow. So for that reason, again, when you talk about health, people were wondering what will happen now that NHIF was not there. What is this that they call SHA? But today, I'm proud to say that even my people know what SHA is. When they come to me, they say, yes, I have a patient in the hospital, but SHA was able to cover the bill for my patient. So I see SHA working. So when I listen to him talking, as much as people think that he was not articulate to what he was telling Kenyans, to some of us who have been behind and who have been left behind, we see improvement in his leadership, and he gives us hope. And when you look at his speech, we get hope, and we feel Kenyans like everybody else. Thank you.
The Honorable Christine Ombaka, followed by the Honorable Basil.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving.
Honorable Sigei, then Mayaka. Okay. Then I'll come to Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Before I put my case forward, let me take this opportunity to pass my condolences to the family of Jaramogi Oginga Odinga for the loss of Beryl Achieng, the sister to Baba Raila Amolo Odinga. May her soul rest in eternal peace. Back to the speech of the president, the State of the Nation. I must say how intriguing it was. It was very exciting. When the president presented his speech, he himself was so confident in his presentation. He was so exciting. He was so committed to his ideas. And one thing that stood out was that he highlighted a lot about the infrastructure for quite a lot of time. And the infrastructure, as he described what he wants to see, he was measuring it against Singapore and the economy of Singapore. In other words, he had a mission. He has a mission to fulfill that will have the standards that Singapore has had. So when it comes to infrastructure, he talked of the road system, how he really wants to extend the road system, including the SGR. And one begins to imagine, the imagination I got when he was presenting was I was seeing America, I was seeing South Africa, the extent to which the roads are well done. We always admire the trains that you see in America, the ones that you see in South Africa. The road system is so good, is so excellent. If we can reach there, the way the president described, we are good to go. That means the president will leave a huge legacy on the infrastructure. My only caution is that when that is being done, as we look forward to it excitedly, he must make sure that the standards are met, that the roads are done on they must do good roads that have quality standards, that we do not have constant potholes, that they are not too narrow, even though they may be good. They are not too narrow, they are wide, and that the infrastructure that is going to put in our system is going to be something admirable, something that looks like in Singapore. The second point that he raised was on health. He highlighted the role of community health workers. These are a group of people who are trained at local level to manage health problems that local people do have and could refer them to main hospitals. These are people who are trained but have never been properly utilized. Their skills have never been utilized properly. Their terms and conditions of employment is so poor, and normally they tend to be neglected. If the president has highlighted that he's going to make use of them, then I see a lot of improvement in healthcare from the local level, where the community health workers will have their terms and conditions better improved. They will be able to be motivated, they'll be on salaries, and that they will do their work skillfully. Lastly, but not least, the president had a lot of good things. The hope that we all look forward to seeing at his time when he's the president. Whether he's going to be there for 2 terms, I can see that he's going to leave this country a better place than the way we thought he would leave it. He also introduced an issue of economic empowerment for young people, that is Nyota, but we should not forget that he had already introduced one called Hustler. But we have many more, such as Ways Fund. We also have Youth Fund. We also have Women Economic Enterprise. These are funds that support young people, women, and people living with disability. I'm so happy that the president has introduced Nyota as well. So the Kenyan people will have access to finances that they can utilize to improve their businesses, and therefore unemployment, issues of...
Give her half a minute.
Yeah, I'm saying issues of economic empowerment will improve the people's economy. There will be self-employment will be there, and the people's lives will improve with the kind of funds that is supposed to give them empowerment. Thank you very much.
Honorable Basil, MP for Yatta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the speech that was made by His Excellency, the President of this country. From onset, I want to applaud the President for making a very solid speech. And I want to say one of the very remarkable statements that he made was actually the lowering the cost of power. If you look at Asian tigers, we are talking of Taiwan, we are talking of Japan, we are talking of Singapore, we are talking of China. They made it where they are today because of making the right choices. When you talk of power, electricity is one of the very essential ingredients to boost and to drive the economy. And if you lower cost of power in Kenya, you're going to attract many investors. You're going to make Kenya a competitive country when it comes to pooling external resources right here in the country, Mr. Speaker. Importantly, currently we are talking of unemployment. Quite a number of our youth are not able to get meaningful employment to be able to earn for themselves. When we lower cost of power, Mr. Speaker, many of the investors who come here, they'll be able to open doors for employment. If you look at a country like Ethiopia that I mentioned a while back, Ethiopia is getting it right because their cost of power is low. So when this president made it right that he's going to consider to lower cost of energy, I totally agree with him, and that is the right step, the right action that this country should make. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, on matters to do with infrastructure, the president is making very serious and tangible milestone on infrastructure. I'm talking of bitumen standard roads. And I'll make reference of my constituency, Mr. Speaker Yatta. For the first time in history, we are getting the first 10 kilometers of bitumen standards for a very critical road that is even going to decongest Thika Road, Mr. Speaker, because the road that the president has advertised through his government to be upgraded to bitumen standard. It will be the doorway to go to Mombasa if you are coming from Nyeri or if you are coming to Central. For people who have no business in Nairobi, who want to get it to Mombasa quickly, they'll now use Yatta as an alternative, Mr. Speaker. And that is a critical road. Instead of ethnicizing development, it's important to put investment where it matters. And on infrastructure, I applaud the president for the step he's making. And I would say if we continue this way, then we'll be in the right path to be able to get at the same level with Asian tankers and many other countries that have made it and who are in the same level like us, Mr. Speaker. On matters to do with markets, Mr. Speaker, allow me to say the president is doing very well on markets. In Yatta, for instance, I've got 2 markets. And there is one additional market that is on the way, Mr. Speaker. And these markets are going to boost employment, and I'm talking of informal employment, informal sector of the economy, where most of the people are dominant, they are women, Mr. Speaker. So with the markets, we'll be able to feed many families, and more so poor families, who are dependent on women as the drivers of the economy when it comes to markets and in the informal sector, Mr. Speaker. Importantly on sports, Mr. Speaker, and I'll beg for additional few minutes. I think I have very salient points that are important for many of our members of parliament to also try to listen to, so I do request for additional few points, or few minutes, Mr. Speaker. So on sports, Mr. Speaker, for the first time in history, I've got a sport academy, Mr. Speaker, and this is going to nurture talents. We are talking of nurturing talents and ensuring the youth get employment through sports. So through having a sports academy in my constituency, for instance, and many other constituencies across the country, that is a step in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. And we have to applaud the president for this, not just politicize it for the sake of politics, Mr. Speaker. And then when it comes to water, water is an essential factor, is an element that you can't ignore when it comes to food security, Mr. Speaker. In my constituency, for instance, I have irrigation schemes that have been started and which are almost to completion, Mr. Speaker. And I also want to remind...
Give him an additional 2 minutes.
When it comes to my constituency, we also have mega dams. And His Excellency the President, Mr. Speaker, he did mention of mega dams, including Yatta Dam, which is centralized in Yatta constituency, Mr. Speaker. If this dam eventually be constructed, it will be a game changer on food security in my constituency and its environs, Mr. Speaker. We are talking of Thika East, we are talking of Muranga, and many other constituencies, that is Gatanga and others, that are bordering Yatta constituency, who are going to benefit from Yatta Dam, Mr. Speaker. And then lastly, technology. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency is investing in digital hubs across the country, Mr. Speaker. And some are in my constituency, another constituency, Mr. Speaker. The digital hub is a key drive when it comes to technology. We are talking of what we call exponential age, technology age that we are talking about in the country today. We can't be able to move if we don't get it right on technology. And I do applaud the president for focusing on digital hubs, among other technology investments. So it's important we give credit where it's due. And then finally, it's about research. That's an area we need to put more resources into to be able to put our country at the same level with the countries like China and many others that are embracing themselves with research through, that is technology through research. So thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support the speech. Thank you.
The Honorable, who was next? I had said Honorable MP for Sotik. Then followed by the MP for Karachuonyo. No, for Mayaka, Karachuonyo, and then Abdistrat Khalif. And then, of course, we'll come to you, Kimei.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to also stand here to support the very excellent and eloquent speech given by His Excellency the President last week on Thursday. Mr. Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in applauding the President for making such a visionary, bold, honest, and a speech with a lot of hope for Kenyans. Mr. Speaker, when I saw the president making a speech there, I could see a confident president. But the catchword, Mr. Speaker, in his speech, was about moving this country from third world country to a first world country. And Mr. Speaker, he gave us a roadmap in which it has never been given. But Mr. Speaker, you can understand people who are not believing in the president. I understand them, Mr. Speaker, because this country has tried several times to implement things like housing, implement things like universal health suffrage, but it has never happened. But with now the president who has taken bold steps, sure steps, and he touches on serious and fundamental areas of this economy of this country. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I was very happy to hear the president, particularly touching on agriculture, a critical area. Agriculture is a critical area, and for the last 2 years, Mr. Speaker, the president has taken bold steps, and we have seen fruits. Subsidized fertilizer, Mr. Speaker, from 7,000 to 2,500 shillings. It has done a revolution. A reformed agriculture can now feed the nation. We now have food security. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in Sotik, we, the people of that constituency, have really appreciated what the president has done. And we want to say we are going to work hard to make sure that whatever he wants to achieve is achieved. Mr. Speaker, I only want to mention that in Sotik, and I am very sure it is all over with the dairy farmers, we have a big problem because the farmers have not been paid for the last 4 months. And Mr. Speaker, this is not progress. Mr. Speaker, this government, and I know the president is very aware about this, the president must address the issue of KCC, the farmers must be paid on time, and if there's a problem with KCC, we must reform KCC. Mr. Speaker, I want to mention what the president said about National Infrastructure Fund. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the bold decisions which the president has done. And Mr. Speaker, when you mention the road from Limuru, the road from Rironi to Mau Summit, the road from Limuru to Maimahiu, Mr. Speaker, that's the route I use to Narok and then Sotik. It is a nightmare. And if the president can be able to fix that problem we have in that road, Mr. Speaker, this country will go far. The road from Rironi to Mau Summit will be a game changer. Mr. Speaker, the road from, which is now fixing in my constituency, from Gibsonoi to Kamureito to Kapkele, is a game changer in my constituency. Mr. Speaker, I want to applaud the president. I want to also ask the prophets of doom to stop and believe in the president. I want to ask Kenyans to come together and support the president, because this president has a vision. This president is looking ahead of us. And I'm very sure, Mr. Speaker, if we support the president, this country will have a change. I want us to address the issue of corruption. Mr. Speaker, that's something which is an elephant in the house. And we cannot avoid this one. We must look at the corruption which is manifested.
Give him an additional 2 minutes.
We want to look at the corruption which is almost everywhere, Mr. Speaker. This will assist the president to achieve whatever he wants to achieve. Mr. Speaker, we want to address the issue of the county governments, because this is an area where there are a lot of corruption. Even in national government, we have corruption. The president must put people in government who are serious, who will carry his vision, who will be able to say, yes, we are with the president. Mr. Speaker, we must support the president. We must support him because we believe in his vision. We must fight tribalism, Mr. Speaker, a disease which is giving us a lot of problems. People who are bitter about personalities. Mr. Speaker, we must stop and come together as Kenyans and work together. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. I support.
The Honorable Mayaka, followed by Karachuonyo, and then followed by the MP for nominated MP Abdulsalat Khalif.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to also make my contributions in regards to the motion on the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President. This was an address, Honorable Speaker, where the President told us that when he came to Parliament 2 years ago, he had a vision to tell, and now he was coming to tell us a story about that vision he has. And Honorable Speaker, I believe in giving credit where it's due. And I just want to give credit to the President for some of the things that he had put in place and said that he will do that have actually come to fruition. One of them being the President promised that the price of unga would actually become lower. And that is something that he achieved. When at the beginning of his term, the shilling was doing extremely badly in this country. But right now, the shilling has stabilized at 129 shillings. Another thing, Honorable Speaker, is our inflation rate, which was at an exceeding percentage of 9.6% in 2022, but right now is at 4.6%. Honorable Speaker, if you have a look at the Nairobi Securities and the Nairobi Stock Exchange market, which had lost a lot of public goodwill, they are now back on track. And these are some of the things that the President actually highlighted in his speech. Another thing for me that is very interesting and very important to even my people back in Nyamira, it's in the agriculture sector. In 2002, when they introduced the Kenya Integrated Agricultural Management Information System, only 300,000 farmers had registered. But right now, we have 7.1 million farmers who have registered into this. And this has actually been very helpful to farmers because it has brought into place an opportunity for there to be scientific interventions in how we do agriculture in our country. It has helped to eliminate brokers and middlemen who have really affected the agricultural space in our country. Honorable Speaker, for me, being a country that is very focused economically on agriculture is very important because it also attaches us to what is happening in the current world. I'm only hoping that in future we will be able to get into even a space where we are using other high-level technologies in the agricultural space. Honorable Speaker, looking at the fiber expansion in our country, and in particular public Wi-Fi, we are coming from a position where we had 0 public Wi-Fi in this country to 1,500 accessible public Wi-Fi in our country. We currently have 300 digital hubs with 400 in the pipeline. And Honorable Speaker, and especially taking into consideration the fact that we are a very youthful nation, this is very encouraging because it enables young people to also integrate into digital economy. Honorable Speaker, the other factor is under the nyota. And for me, what was very exciting is the fact that myself and Honorable Crystal Asige have co-sponsored a bill called the Startup Bill, which speaks a lot into matters involving the young people and enablers for the young people to be able to be their own employers, to be able to have entrepreneurs, to have an environment where they're able to actually get capacity build in terms of the digital marketing, to be capacity build in terms of copyright association. And I like the fact that the Nyota program has all this into consideration. Honorable Speaker, some of the other things that the President also highlighted that for me were very exciting, and I really hope that we will actually have this in place by the time we get into the next election, was the dueling of some of the major roads that affect some of us, like the routes that goes to Kisii, the road that goes from Nairobi, Kisumu, all the way to Busia. And Honorable Speaker, as I finish, I also want to touch on the matter of moving from a third world to a first world. And I just want to invite not only the other members of Parliament, but also Kenyans, to read a book by the founding Prime Minister of Singapore. It's called the Third World, From the Third World to the First World, the Singaporean Story. Because Lee Kuan Yew had to make very tough decisions for Singapore to get to where it is. And I like that the president said that we would like to also be like Singapore. And there's nothing wrong with that, Honorable Speaker, because as Dr. Jasmine Skulak once said, there is nothing wrong with being a copycat if you're copying.
Give us some 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll just take that again. And I just want to say that there is nothing wrong with us wanting to be like Singapore. And if you read this book and snippets of it, you'll see the tough decisions that this particular founding prime minister had to make for his country to be such a good example that even our president referred to it in his speech. And I just want to finish that by saying that, as Dr. Jasmine Skulak once said, there is nothing wrong with being a copycat if you're copying the right cat. With those few remarks, I submit. I thank you.
MP for Karachuonyo, followed by Abdisrat Khalif.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to comment on this presidential speech, which was very eloquent, full of substance, and, in my opinion, very good. Now, the president really emphasized on infrastructure, under which roads, SGR, energy fall, together with others. And I was impressed, because these are the engines of development. The president's dream is noble. He would like this country to move from third world to first world. We long for that time. It will be a time that will make us remember this president as one who has done for us was what Napoleon could not do in history. I know when he was talking about roads, my mind was struggling with where is my area. Yes, I have some roads being worked on in my area, like a Jichoteko road. It is my hope this road.
Order, honorable members, there's an honorable member who's listening loudly to her. Where is that coming from? Huh? Where is that? I thought there was some sound interfering with. Who is interfering with? Honorable members, don't put on your phones, your mobile phones, when there's a session in Parliament here. Proceed, MP for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I was saying that in my area, we have some roads which I'm sure he is covered by what he said. That's a Jichoteko road, plus 2 others which are ongoing. I was also keen to listen on what he was saying about SGR and also energy. These were ambitious projects, very costly in nature. So again, my mind was struggling that if the president wants to do these things for us, there is a devil waiting somewhere. The funding. Where is he going to get the funding for these projects? I'm in Finance and National Planning Committee. And I was wondering whether the president would probably end by talking about sacrifice in terms of paying tax. But the president is aware of what I also know, and all of us know, that Kenyans are crying our taxation is very high, and therefore we hoped he was not going to touch about that. So the president went on to talk about PPP. I support this. That's the only way out that would help us in funding these ambitious projects the president had. Because if we do tax Kenyans, we will find problems with the Kenyan people, because we'll be adding what is already a burden. And I would be very reluctant to see that being done. So it is my happiness that the president did not talk about any taxation based on what he was telling us. It is my hope that the president will be able to find good partners who would sign with us good agreements that can help the implementation of PPP. Because if that's done, I'm sure the president will be able to fund his ambition for third world level, for first world level, without too much of a burden on Kenyans.
Give him an additional 1 minute.
Yeah, I was just concluding saying that let us help the president implement these things. It is my hope that this will be done at the lowest possible cost without hurting the projects themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Abdisrat Khalif.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to take this opportunity to contribute to the speech of the President. Mr. Speaker, the President's speech comprised literally of two aspects, the short term and long term. In the short term, he expressed that many things are happening in Kenya, like health sector, the health sector, the markets, the housing, which are doing very well. He also suggested that we need to do more in terms of agriculture, in terms of energy, roads, which cannot be financed through the traditional way. We are all aware that we used to fund our development through debts. These debts are becoming unsustainable. In fact, we have reached our ceiling and we are no longer able to borrow like before. He therefore suggested the creation of infrastructure fund that can help to do mega projects that can take this country to where we all want. Mr. Speaker, the speech honestly gave us some glad tidings, gave us hope. Where we are going is as important as where we are now. And it's only through hope that we can, look forward to the future. Therefore, the President has given us hope. Mr. Speaker, the infrastructure fund the President talked about is going to help us in the development of roads. We are having a shortfall of building roads up to 20,000 kilometers. Where we come from, the northern Kenya, literally we have no tarmac roads. It's therefore through these mega, projects that the President talked about, is what's going to give the people of northern Kenya the hope they need. Mr. Speaker, you are aware that we only have 15% of arable land that are now being used for agriculture. The growing, population of this country means we need to put more land into agricultural use. And that can only be done through irrigation, by having mega dams, by, using these rivers. Where I come from, Mandera, we have a river called River Dawa, which is passing through Mandera County.
If we use that water, use irrigation and harness that water, it can really feed the people of Mandera County and have surplus for the rest of the country and even export, Mr. Speaker. We therefore encourage the President and give all the support he needs in creation of this infrastructure fund that is going to be used for agricultural use. Mr. Speaker, we also have a shortfall in terms of energy. The number of households that are now connected to electricity is limited in this country. Is therefore, the President's speech talked about having electricity available to our homes. We therefore encourage him to do more and support him. Mr. Speaker, some naysayers are casting aspersions on the integrity and the speech of the President. I wonder, what else will he have done as the President of this country, other than giving us hope and alternatives to take us forward? People are talking about Singapore. They are talking about Japan. All those countries must have foregone some luxury to reach where they are now. I implore, I urge everybody in this country, including...
Yeah, give him 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me repeat that. Everybody, including members of parliament in this house, must support the President to take this country where we want. We have to forego some luxury. We have to do what it takes to move forward. We can't be always talking about poverty, talking about lack of funding. 60 years after independence, we must change something to go far. Otherwise, we'll be talking about, now we are competing, we are saying we are the 6th in Africa. If we don't do and make changes that are necessary to take us forward and seeing our population ballooning, I think we might go lower than where we are now. So I support the President, and he has done a wonderful job so far, and we encourage him to do more, and he has our full support. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kamei. Madam Beatrice Kamei.
Sure.
Where's Chief Ramondo? Oh, yeah, okay. Proceed, Madam Kamei. Then
Okay.
followed by Chief Ramondo.
I know my brother is patient enough. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I want to appreciate the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President, Honorable William Samoei Ruto, on November 20th in this Parliament. Honorable Speaker.
Honorable KJ and the Honorable Abdisirat Khalif. Please consult in low tones. Proceed, Kamei.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Speaker, at least so that they also listen to me. You know, Keche is one of those guys we looked up to when we were listening to many of the good things he used to say in this country. So I believe, and we support what he's doing. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that this is a speech, I can say, of the year. You would actually see that, Honorable Speaker, we became very excited at some point, and people called us from home, what is happening there? And we were telling them, we're talking of 2 terms for the President. And then to some point we said long term. So if there's a way it can be long term, I will be there. Honorable Speaker, the speech is inclusive, all inclusive. Every sector of the economy was included in his speech. And Honorable Speaker, the President took us from the past, how we were before he came to power 3 years ago, where we are at the moment and where we are headed. This is to tell us that he's a visionary leader. And particularly, Honorable Speaker, that the President is lifting the shame that we are getting out of not paying our debts, so that in this case, we are not anymore in the list of the defaulters. Because when he said, it was not, people were not asking if Kenya will default, but when. But now we are not in that list of shame. So I really want to thank the President, and I know he took very serious decisions that entails a lot of sacrifice, a lot of commitment, a lot of so much work. So, and this fact that at least in this country, in this Africa, in this continent, Honorable Speaker, we are moving from 8th position. When it comes to matters of GDP, we're coming to position 6. That one alone makes me feel good. At least we are being appreciated and known in Africa. So our economy is rising. And I'm happy with this fact that in next year, 2026, moving from 5% to 5.8, that one is very, very important to me. And knowing this, Honorable Speaker, that even our shilling is strong, at least getting stronger with being at with the 129. That is the exchange rate, and I'm happy for that, Honorable Speaker. And then the many areas of our concern, the Speaker spoke to it, particularly from where I come from in Kericho. Matters of agriculture is very close to our hearts because we are agriculturalists, and particularly the tea production, which is said it has grown, and in this case, improving the earnings from tea from 138 billion in 22 to 215 billion. I appreciate in 24. I appreciate this, but Honorable Speaker, I'm still concerned that even if it is moving to 215, that one is not enough until we see the money in the pockets of the farmers. That is what the farmers, they may not understand all this. They only want to feel and to have the money in the pockets. So I would say that this industry, the tea industry, needs to be looked into seriously. And also the side of dairy farming. Honorable Speaker, as much as we are getting a lot of liters, I want to say that farmers, there's delayed payment to the farmers, the dairy farmers. For 3-4 months, they have not been paid. So new KCC is actually bringing us an issue. Honorable Speaker, I want to speak to the side of sugarcane. I'm happy at the moment.
Please give her an additional 2 minutes.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Sugarcane farmers, at least they are also smiling to the bank. We are increasing in the acreage and also they are getting money as expected. Honorable Speaker, when we talk about this private-public partnership, and especially in the side of infrastructure, the JKIA, Honorable Speaker, when we actually visit other countries for official duties, like the other day from South Africa, you'll realize that their airports, the international, actually means international, and their standards are very high. So if our JKIA is improved, I know we will also have more visitors, and the tourism industry will improve very, very greatly. Honorable Speaker, in matters of health, I'm happy, and especially if it is from 1st of December, the package for cancer patients will move from 550 to 800. That one will have lifted a burden from the many fundraisings that are done. And I know time is not on our side. Electricity we appreciate, but many families are not connected. Any meeting, any function event that we attend, our citizens, our wananchi talks of electricity, electricity, electricity. They cannot imagine in this era they are still in darkness and faulty transformers. So I ask the Kenya Power, REREC, and the energy sector to make sure that faulty transformers are changed or are actually replaced. The road sector improved. I'm happy, and especially this Rironi, Naivasha, Nakuru, Mau Summit. That is the road I use, and especially during this festive season. So when it becomes dual, it will save us a lot. Honorable Speaker, sitting on this road for 12 hours is not easy. And Honorable Speaker, noting that there are no toilets on the road, maybe along the road and anywhere else. And you know, Honorable Speaker, we cannot go just like the others, maybe in the forest. So, and being the kind of people we are, so these long hours is not saving us well. But thank you for this road and the many other roads, Honorable Speaker, that will be made dual. And education sector, I'm happy with this, and especially the number of teachers added, and I know come January we'll have more teachers. So as this improvement is done, I ask all of us in the country, and even those who are in the fence, those who always want to say negativity when they don't see anything positive with the president. We came from very far. Where we are, we know we've improved, and where the president is taking us, it is the real Canaan that I know the late Odinga said he was taking people to Canaan. And I'm happy that he joined hands with His Excellency the President. So I want to ask all the people of Kenya, we support His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, and I know come 2027, when we give him the second term, 7 years to come, he will have done great things to this country. At least there's food security. That one is enough for us. And our children going to school, and we are getting clothes. We have the affordable housing. So there is great improvement in this country. So once more, I support, and I want to say that we will support the president, and I will pray for him more. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Chief Oromondo.
Asante Mheshimiwa Speaker kwa kunipatia hii fursa ambao nimeengoja kwa muda mrefu. Labda ilikuwa upungufu wa mitambo kidogo, lakini nimeshukuru. Lakini kwanza Mheshimiwa Speaker, nitoe shukrani zangu na kuunga mkono yale ambayo Mheshimiwa Rais ameweza kuyazungumzia katika mazungumzo yake hapa bungeni. Na kwanza kama mtu ambaye ninatoka Pwani, niseme ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais kuna kitu kimoja ama uongozi ambao anauthibitisha katika hii nchi. Na huu ni uongozi wa usawa. Kwa mara ya kwanza katika historia, hata sisi watu wa Pwani tunaona maendeleo yakipatikana vile yanapatikana kwa wenzetu. Na ni uthibitisho hapa ya kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais mwenyewe alizungumza hapa na akataja barabara ambayo inatoka Mombasa mpaka kule Lungalunga. Itatengenezwa pia, hiyo iwe ina njia mbili ya kwenda na kurudi. Pili, tuko na miradi ambayo pia inaendelea Pwani nzima ya barabara, ya stima na kadhalika. Na pia niseme ya kwamba tukiangalia hata maeneo kama vile kule ninatoka Lungalunga, huu mradi wa nyumba pia upo pale Kanana, tutawekewa huo mradi na tayari kandarasi inaendelea. Unakuta ya kwamba pia soko iko, na pia tuna nyumba za watoto ambazo zitajengwa, ambazo wanaita kwa Kiingereza hostels, zitajengwa pale Lungalunga Vocational Training Center, ambazo pia tulikuwa tunajua kwamba yanazungumzwa, wakati huo yalikuwa yakizungumzwa katika maeneo mengine. Lakini tunataka tuseme ya kwamba sasa uongozi wa Mheshimiwa William Samoei Ruto tumeona ya kwamba ni wa usawa, na kwa sababu hiyo tunasema ya kwamba tunashukuru hata kwa miradi ambayo ilikuwa imesahaulika kama vile daraja la Mwachande, na ni miundo msingi ambayo alizungumzia wakati akitoa hotuba yake ya kwamba anaenda kuhakikisha kwamba miundo msingi inagawa kwa usawa katika nchi nzima. Na nataka niseme hapa, hiyo daraja ya Mwachande ilianguka kutoka mvua ya El Nino. Marais wamekuja, lakini Mheshimiwa William Ruto ndio ameweka guu, na kulingana na ile kasi ambayo inaendelea pale, kwa miezi mingine mitatu wananchi ambao wanaunganisha Msambweni na Lungalunga hawatakuwa na tatizo hilo tena. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Rais anafanya kazi kwa usawa, na niseme ya kwamba swala ambalo lilinitia mshawasha na furaha ni kwamba amewekeza utafiti ambao utafanya hii nchi kuhakikisha kwamba inakuwa na ubunifu na kuangalia masuala ambayo itaipeleka mbele kwa usasa ambao unaendelea kupitia na utafiti. Swala lingine, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni swala ambalo ni la elimu. Tunakuta ya kwamba wakati uliopita vyuo vyetu vikuu vilikuwa nusura vifungwe, lakini sasa hivi unakuta ya kwamba ile model ambayo aliweka ya kulipa karo, mimi nina ushahidi kwa sababu niko katika kamati moja ya uhasibu, na wale wakuu wa vyuo wakifika pale huwa wanatoa ithibati ya kwamba huu mfumo unawafaa kwa sababu sasa vyuo viko katika mwelekeo wa sawa. Lakini Mheshimiwa Spika, sitaki nitoke hapa bila kutaja mambo yafuatayo. Kama wapwani kutoka Lamu, Tana River, pale Kilifi, Mombasa, Kwale na Taita Taveta, tuna shida moja ambayo ni ya maji. Isawa inaweza kuwa hiyo miundo msingi ilikuwepo. Kwa mfano, kuna mradi wa Mzima ulikuwa umefanywa miaka mingi iliyopita. Ukiangalia viwango vya watu waliokuwepo wakati huo, kwa sasa Mombasa yenyewe haina maji. Tunavyozungumza, mji wa Lungalunga ambao mimi Chiforomodo natoka hauna maji. Mji wa Kinango hivi tunavyozungumza hauna maji. Na miji mingine yote ukifika pale Kilifi ni tabu, madhila, matatizo kwa sababu ya maji. Namuomba Mheshimiwa Rais katika kuweka sahihi kwangu ama kusahihisha mtihani huu wa maendeleo wa miaka mitatu ambao amefanya, mimi kama Chiforomodo naona amepata 80%. Akijaribu kurekebisha haya masuala ya maji, mimi na hakika hata ndovu kule Mtunga wataondoka.
Give him an additional 2 minutes.
Kwa sababu Mheshimiwa Spika, hilo swala la maji ndilo linafanya sisi kule tunazozana na wanyamapori na matatizo mengine mengi. Haiwezekani katika karne ya 21 leo hii bado tuko na maeneo ambayo watu wanakunywa maji ambayo ni machafu. Kwa hivyo hilo ni swala ambalo katika mtazamo wangu kama mheshimiwa ama mbunge nayewakilisha watu wa Lungalunga na hata wa Pwani kwa ujumla, tunaomba Mheshimiwa Rais swala la maji alitilie guu na ahakikishe ya kwamba sisi kama watu wa Pwani tunampata maji safi, na hapo atakuwa amemaliza. Na sio kwamba sifahamu ya kwamba maji yamegatuliwa na kwamba kuna kampuni za maji, lakini ukweli ni kwamba kiwango cha maji kinahitajika ya kwamba serikali iingilie. Ule mradi wa Mwache ambao unaendelea kulingana na mpango uliopo utaadresi sehemu ndogo sana ya Mombasa na sehemu ndogo sana ya Kwale. Hizo sehemu zingine zitakuwa bado zina nini. Kwa hivyo tunaunga mkono Mheshimiwa Rais, tunamuombea na tunamwambia apate nguvu ya kufanya kazi, maana maamuzi yake yalikuwa yanaonekana kwamba sio popular, lakini ukweli ni kwamba Mheshimiwa Rais amefanya kazi kwa muda mfupi. Dola imeimarika na uchumi umeimarika na SHA inafanya kazi, na sisi wabunge pia tunapata nafuu kwa sababu wale wagonjwa wakija tunawaambia ukiwa kwa SHA wewe unapata nini. Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika kwa hii nafasi.
Mheshimiwa Chiforomondo, si dola imeimarika, ni shilingi yetu ya Kenya imeimarika
dhidi ya dola.
Dhidi ya dola.
Ndio hivyo tu tunamaanisha hivyo. Na asante sana kwa marekebisho.
Honorable members, we now adjourn the House. This debate is for 4 days. The address by the President, so we still have 3 more days. The time being 6:40 p.m. This House stands adjourned until Wednesday, the 26th of November, 2025 at 9:30 a.m.
Good afternoon to you and welcome to this live broadcast of the Senate on this 25th day of November, the year being 2025. And we are so glad that you're watching this live broadcast coming to you from the Parliament of Kenya building, specifically the Senate chambers, with a lot lined up for the consideration by the House. In the highlights in the order of business this afternoon is a debate on the President's address to Parliament. This is the first day that the Senate will be debating this address, courtesy of a motion by the Senate leader of the majority party that pursuant to Standing Orders number 27, subsection 6, the Senate records its thanks for the exposition of the public policy contained in the address by His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, 20th of November, and laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, November 25th, 2025. So this is among the reports that will be tabled this afternoon by the leader of the majority party, subsequently followed by the debate on this report. Remember, following the President's address on the 20th day of November, the address and Article 132 of the Constitution requires that the President tables reports, 3 of them in regards to how the country is progressing. Among the reports submitted by His Excellency, pursuant to Standing Orders number 132, subsection 1C, and 240, subsection 7 of the Constitution, include the 12th annual report on all measures taken and progress achieved in realization of national values and principles of good governance. The other report pertains the annual report to Parliament on the state of the national security of the year 2025. So this will form the basis for the debate by the senators for the better part of this week, where after the delivery of the State of the Nation address, both chambers of Parliament usually set aside time to debate what was addressed to the nation through Parliament, as during that address, it is just the President who delivers the address, and members of the National Assembly or from the Senate do not say anything after that, as that is only the matter that brings Parliament to that sitting on the appointed day. So after that, the House, each individual House, allocates time for debate of this State of the Nation address. It is an address that has been given priority in both chambers of Parliament this week. After the motion on the President's address to the nation, courtesy of the State of the Nation address 2025, the Senate will then move to debate the installation of CCTV cameras in all police station cells and police reporting desks. This is a motion by Senator Karen Nyamo that are aware that Article 51 of the Constitution provides that a person who is detained, held in custody or imprisonment under the law retains all the rights and fundamental freedoms of Bill of Rights, except to the extent that any particular right or fundamental freedom is clearly incompatible with the fact that a person is detained or held in custody or imprisoned. The Senator states that are aware that the National Task Force on Improvement of Terms and Conditions and Service and other reforms for members of the National Police Service and the Kenya Prison recommended adequate government funding to the National Police Service to modernize these facilities. Allow me to hand over for this live broadcast of the Senate.
Mwenyezi Mungu, twakusihi tutazame kwa neema nyingi na baraka sisi watumishi wako ambao umeridhika kutita kwa nyadhifa za uongozi katika jamhuri hii yetu. Tukuomba tuwajalie tuyatende na kufikia mambo yote yatakayofikishwa mbele yetu kwa njia ya haki na uaminifu, ili kustawisha amani, ufanisi na heri ya nchi yetu na wale ambao haja zao umezikabidhi mikononi mwetu. Amen. Clerk, we have quorum. Sergeant at Arms, can you ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes?
The business of the Senate has commenced this afternoon with the House business being presided over by the Speaker of the House, Honorable Amason Kingi. Upon the commencement of the House business, the House lacks quorum to commence business, and that fact has necessitated the Speaker, pursuant to Standing Orders number 40 of the Senate, to direct the Sergeant at Arms to ring the quorum bell for 10 minutes. And this 10 minutes is a leeway for senators within the presence of Parliament to make their way into the chamber this afternoon to allow the House officially commence the consideration of business before it. There are a number of agendas before the Senate this afternoon. As that head count gets underway in the Senate, the House will debate the motion on the installation of CCTV cameras in all police stations, police cells, and police reporting desks. This is a motion by Senator Karen Nyamu, and in her motion she states that she is concerned that there has been increasing reports on human rights violations, abuse, unexplained injuries, and deaths in custody, as well as security breaches and escapes from police cell across the country. In this motion, she is seeking to have the Senate resolve that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and National Administration, installs functional and tamper-proof CCTV cameras in all police station cells, police reporting desks across the country, and ensure that all CCTV systems are monitored in real time and that footage is secured, stored, and made accessible during investigations and the judicial processes, and finally, that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration, provides the necessary resources, technical support, training of law enforcement officers for the effective operation and maintenance of CCTV systems, and continuous digitization of occurrence book platforms, popularly known as OBs. This is a resumption of debates on this motion, and after conclusion of the time allocated for debate, the House will move to vote on this motion that is seeking to install CCTV cameras in all police stations, police cells, and police reporting desks. The Senate will also be considering the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of the year 2023, by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources. This will actually be a resumption of debate with a question to be put lined up for a consideration this afternoon. We await quorum at the Senate, which has been attained.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair.
Senator Mugo, kindly take your seat. Now, honorable senators would like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's gallery this afternoon, a visiting delegation from the University of Nairobi, Rover Scouts who are in the Senate, for a courtesy call to Senator Tabitha Mutinda MP, the President of the World Scouts Parliamentary Union, Kenyan chapter. The World Scouts Parliamentary Union is an international organization which unites Scouts-oriented parliamentarians from all over the world and brings them into closer contact with the World Scouts movement. Its objective is to strengthen both National Scouts organization and World Scouting through the influence of parliamentarians who believe in Scouting as an effective non-formal education method and movement. Now, honorable senators, the University of Nairobi Rover Scouts participated in the recently concluded 11th WSPU Youth Assembly held at Kangweja Teachers College, Nyeri County, from the 6th to the 9th of November 2025. They exhibited several community-led initiatives, among them a legal project dubbed Scouts and Law, which offers legal aid to the juveniles facing criminal charges in our judicial system, among other initiatives. Now, honorable senators, on behalf of the Senate and my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. Also, I have a very sad communication that I need to pass to honorable senators. It is with deep sorrow and grief that I regret to announce the sudden, untimely and shocking demise of Dr. Philip Brighton Bushere, Director, Senate Liaison Office, who died on the morning of 24th of November 2025 while undergoing treatment at University Hospital, Wolfsburg, Germany. Honorable senators, the late Dr. Philip Brighton Bushere was born on the 28th of June 1973 in Pumwani, Nairobi. He obtained his O-level qualification from Chebisas High School, Eldoret, and later earned a Bachelor of Arts Education, Kiswahili and History, and a master's degree in curriculum development, both from the Moi University. He furthered his studies at Masinde Muliro University of Science and Technology, where he earned a PhD in conflict resolution and management. Honorable senators, Dr. Bushere joined the parliamentary service on the 1st of November 2013 as a director, curriculum development, training and research at the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, a position he held until 5th of April 2021, when he was deployed to the Senate as the head of the Senate Liaison Office. The late Dr. Bushere also served the parliamentary service in various capacities, most notably as chairman of the Board of Trustees for the Parliamentary Service Commission Staff Pension Scheme from the 30th of September 2019 until his demise. In this role, he championed prudent investment of members' funds, leading to an unprecedented return of interest in the last financial year 2024-2025. He also oversaw the establishment and implementation of the post-retirement medical scheme for staff, which came into effect on the 1st of July 2022. The late Dr. Bushere was also the incumbent chairman of the Parliamentary Service Commission's Staff Disciplinary Committee, where he served with distinction, ensuring that the disciplinary process remained transparent, structured, and in strict adherence to the relevant rules, regulations, and procedures. Throughout his career, the late Bushere was a diligent, industrious, and committed officer, exhibiting exceptional dedication and a remarkable work ethic. His consistent work, resourcefulness, and unwavering commitment to excellence earned him the respect and admiration of his colleagues. His positive attitude and pleasant nature made him an invaluable member of every team he worked with. Dr. Bushere leaves behind a lasting legacy. His influence and example will continue to inspire all who had privilege of working with him, and his memory will live on in the hearts and minds of those who served so faithfully. Honorable senators, a condolence book has been opened in the office of the clerk on the first floor of the main Parliament buildings for members and staff who wish to convey their condolences to the family and friends. Now, honourable senators, on behalf of all senators and the entire staff of the Parliament, and on my own behalf, I wish to take this opportunity to condole with the family of Dr. Bushere, parliamentary staff, and all friends in this most difficult moment. The Parliament of Kenya has lost a diligent and committed staffer. Honourable senators, in honour of our departed staffer, I request that we all stand and observe a minute of silence. You may be seated, honourable senators. Honourable senators, when the chair is upstanding, you don't just dash in the chamber. May the soul of the late Dr. Philip Brighton Bushere rest in eternal peace. Now, I will ask the Majority Leader to extend a word of welcome to the Scouts who are here with us, and maybe proceed to pay his tribute. And thereafter, I will allow 20 minutes for honourable senators to pay their tributes to the departed staffer. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I join you on behalf of my colleagues to welcome this delegation from the World Scouts Association. I didn't know that there's a title of president, which is befitting to my sister, Senator Tabitha Mutinda, who's president of World Scout Parliamentary Association, I think you said, and this delegation is visiting with her. Senator Tabitha continues to distinguish herself in many fields. I think she may soon be acquire other names, Mr. Speaker, beyond the president, because there are one too many already. I know many other things that she does. But I want to welcome this delegation that is visiting with us. May they enjoy their time with us and get to learn a thing or two. Mr. Speaker, I know that you also are a ranking member in the Scout Association in this country. And I congratulate you for keeping that honor. I tried to be a scout when I was in primary, but I was told that I bounced instead of walking. Therefore, I could not qualify, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, I admire people like you continue to dedicate themselves. I think, Mr. Speaker, my mother conspired with the teacher because she could not afford the uniform, so that they knocked me out. But I congratulate them. On a more serious note, Mr. Speaker, I join you together with the rest of my colleagues to pass a word of condolence on the passing of Dr. Bushere, a fine gentleman. I served with him in the board of CPST for 5 good years. And most afternoons we'd engage in very deep conversations about that institution and its value to Parliament and particularly to us as a Senate. And there are many times that we would disagree, but never disagreeably. And he would pass his solid points calmly, but with a lot of passion on training and improving capacity building to members of Parliament. That was his area of expertise. Little wonder that subsequently he came on to serve actually as in charge of training in the Senate, because I know he loved capacitating senators, Mr. Speaker, and ensuring that they are well prepared for service to the country and to the continent. Therefore, it's really unfortunate that we have lost him. I pass my condolence to his immediate family, to his friends, to the parliamentary staffers, Mr. Speaker. Our prayers and condolence to them. May he find rest in this time, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Senator Kamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to condole with the family of Dr. Bushere. Mr. Speaker, may I take this first opportunity to pass my most sincere condolences to the family that has been left behind by such a wonderful man in the name of Dr. Bushere. Mr. Speaker, I happen to have known Bushere and worked with him for about 4 years. In the year 2013 to 2017, I was a consultant with CPST and the Council of Governors, and I had opportunity when we were developing course materials to train our MCAs to translate them from councillors to honorable members of the county assemblies. Dr. Bushere was such a diligent worker, a very pleasant person to work with, a very committed person of CPST. It is so sad that we have lost him at a time when we would continue to contribute a lot to this parliament. I can testify that this was not just an intelligent person, but somebody who was extremely respectful working with parliament, and this is somebody who made sure that things were done in CPST. I wish to pray to pass the family that my prayers are with them, our prayers are with them, that they may have some comfort from heaven, because it's very difficult to lose somebody at that age. May the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Tabitha Mutende.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Allow just 1 second, Mr. Speaker, to also pass my few remarks to the Scouts in this chamber. As the President of the World Scout Parliamentary Union, I just want to say that Scout movement is a movement that speaks more about taught discipline matters. Mr. Speaker, it prepares the young people to be more responsible out here, and emphasizes on matters honesty, accountability, and transparency. The team you see here is from the University of Nairobi, undertaking the law, and they call themselves Law and Scouts, something that I encourage other young people to join the movement. In those few, Mr. Speaker, allow me also to pass my sincere, heartfelt condolences to Dr. Philip, myself, and my family. We've lost a staff, a competent staff for that matter, Mr. Speaker. I just was able to engage with him the few years I've been in this chamber. But in those few years, Mr. Speaker, he was someone who was also very hardworking, whose goal was going to ensure that he offers services, that achieve the goal that a member wants to achieve, Mr. Speaker. He was efficient, he was fast, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say to the family that poleni sana, may his soul rest in peace. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Enoch Wambua.
I thank the Speaker. Mr. Speaker, two things. I just want to also join you and my colleagues in welcoming the visiting Scouts in the House, Mr. Speaker. I've had Senator Cheriot make reference to the performance of Senator Mutinda and making reference to her as president of the Scouting movement, and saying that on that score, she seems to be going places. Mr. Speaker, I cannot agree more with Senator Cheriot, but I just wanted to report, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of the House, that we have two presidents in this House. We are the president of the World Scouting Movement in Parliament, Senator Mutinda, and we have the president of the Women's League of the ODM, Senator Ben Siengo. The Speaker, the common denominator with those two presidents is that they come from Kitui County. And Mr. Speaker, sooner rather than later, there will be a bigger president coming from Kitui County. Mr. Speaker, Allow me to also take this opportunity to encourage the visiting scouts. Unlike Senator Cheriot, who could not qualify to be a scout. So, Speaker, I was doing very well as a scout when I was growing up. And we used to narrate the loyalty pledge of the scouts in Kenya. You know, on my honor, I pledge my loyalty to the president and the nation of Kenya, my readiness and duty to defend the flag of our republic. Now, what I don't know whether it happens today, Mr. Speaker, is that towards the end of the loyalty pledge, we also used to talk about the national motto, Arambe, and perpetuated in the national philosophy of love, peace, and unity. I hope that motto still remains, and that this is a very good training ground for patriots, Mr. Speaker, in this country. There can never be a better opportunity for young people to be trained on patriotism and defending our republic, defending the flag of our republic. Mr. Speaker, lastly, on the matter of the passing on of Dr. Michelle, Mr. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity on my behalf and on behalf of the people of Kitui County, pass my condolences to the family and the fraternity, Mr. Speaker, for losing such a committed worker. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I submit.
Senator Wakili Sike.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also want to join you and the rest of the colleagues of this House in paying tribute to Dr. Bushere. He's not just an employee of the Parliamentary Service Commission. He has distinguished himself, Mr. Speaker, reading his credentials. We have lost a great man. We've lost somebody who has distinguished himself together with the membership of the entirety of the staff that serves the House to be great minds, learned people, and very professional in what they do. As we mourn him, I want to encourage the colleagues who've been left behind in the Secretariat to continue serving in their various positions with the professionalism, dedication that Dr. Bushere has left behind, and wish the family that they have sufficient grace to run through this very hard season. Mr. Speaker, on my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Bomet, we wish that the soul of Dr. Bushere rest in eternal peace. Thank you.
Senator Richard Onyonka.
Mr. Speaker, I want to just congratulate the young people who are in this house today, because I was a Boy Scout once. I started as a cub. Mr. Speaker, I wish we could take the scouting model and begin to inculcate the ideas of being fair, of talking to each other fairly, and kind of being our brother's keeper, which is what basically the scouting movement stands for. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is true that when one of us passes in this house, we feel the pain, because these are people who have become like family members. I would wish to also pass my condolences to the family, and I hope that this House will give our colleague a befitting farewell. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Consolata Nabwire.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me this opportunity to thank Senator Tabitha and the visiting troop of scouts who are here with us today. I want to encourage them, because through their patrols, they are able to carry out community service, CSR projects, and charity works, as well as honing their leadership skills. Secondly, I also want to join colleagues here in mourning Dr. Bushere. I encountered him during my induction course in Kiambu, and I noticed that he's such a brilliant and meticulous gentleman. On my own behalf and on behalf of the people of Bungoma County, I want to wish his kith and kin fortitude in this solitude moment. May his soul rest in eternal peace.
Senator Mogene Okongo.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, sir, I also want to join my colleagues in passing my message of condolences on the demise of Dr. Philip Bushere, who was a very dedicated officer within the Parliamentary Service Commission and in the CPST. So, Speaker, this has been a very difficult month for Parliament. We lost a senior accountant from the county of Kisii. We lost another lady staff, and now Dr. Bushere. I want to, on my behalf and behalf of the family, to pray that may the Almighty God comfort the family and also comfort the many members of staff who have lost a colleague, Mr. Speaker. We hope, Mr. Speaker, that the family will find comfort on the fact that Dr. Bushere has left a big mark in Parliament as one of the officers who played a very key role in making the CPST what it is today and in extending a lot of training to members of Parliament and to our staff. May the Almighty God rest the soul of Dr. Philip Bushere in eternal peace. Thank you.
Senator Beth Siengo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Allow me to start by congratulating my young sister, Senator Tabitha Mutinda, for distinguishing herself as the president of the Scouts movement. And I also extend this welcome to the young men and women who are in our presence today as Scouts movement. Mr. Speaker, allow me also to pass my personal condolence to the family of Dr. Philip Bushere. He's a fine man who served with dedication and a lot of commitment to his work. And when we lose a member, we feel all of us bereaved. So I pass my condolences to his family, friends, and the entire Parliamentary Service Commission and Secretariat. Mr. Speaker, on the same breath, allow me to inform the House that this afternoon we have also lost a senior member and a leader in this country, sister to His Excellency late Raila Amolo Odinga, Madam Beryl Achieng. So on the same breath, I also pass my condolences to the Odinga's family and the entire nation at large. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. May we continue to pray for the families that are bereaved, and we move together, trusting God that we'll continue experiencing and having peace in this nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Andy Okech Kecheru.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, with your permission, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to congratulate my sister, Senator Tabitha, together with the young people that I'm seeing from the Scouts movement. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the movements that I pride myself of when I was in school, because this is the movement that helps you build proper sense of outdoor activities, proper sense of community service, and proper sense of building proper skills that you can be able to use in the future. And I think that the substratum of that is collectively to build a proper value and a value system that helps sustain you once you become an adult and once you become a complete member of the society. And as young people, I want to tell you that we are seeing over and over a place where, you know, a country and even in the world, when the older you become, the more you lose those fundamentals that you actually built when you're young. People lose interest in building external activities. People lose interest in building proper skills. People lose interest in having values. Even among leaders that you see in our country today, you see people losing a lot of values and seeking for quick gain and short-term ambitions over long-term gains. I want to encourage us young people that never lose the values that you're building now, despite the pressures that you will have in the future, to have quick gratification and quick success. Because the values you've built now will build you and your families in the future. That said, Mr. Speaker, I also want to take this opportunity to say sorry and pass my deepest condolences to the family of Dr. Philip Bushere. Mr. Speaker, certainly we do share in this pain and loss as a Senate and certainly as people of Migori County, because our effectiveness and our soundness in serving our counties cannot be spoken about without looking back into the contribution that Dr. Philip Bushere was making to us. He has made his wonderful contribution. These are some of the unsung heroes that we have here. Our staff that we have here at the Secretariat are certainly the unsung heroes of why Parliament works. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to say sorry also to the staff for this big loss, and may the grace of God, give solace to the family and to our staff and to us as a whole. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, just as my sister Beth Siengo has said, we also have had this crazy last 40 days, 41 days, of even now having lost the sister to my leader, Honorable Raila Amolo Odinga, Madam Beryl Achieng. And I just want to take this opportunity also to say to the family, sorry. It has been a dark month, but I hope that the grace of God again will give them the strength to bear in these tides that we are facing, and say sorry to the Odinga family. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Senator Eddie. Last but not the least, Senator Munyaji Mohamed Faki.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika pia kunipa fursa kuomboleza kifo cha mwenda zake Bushere ambaye alikuwa anafanya kazi katika bunge la Senate. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwa hakika ni msiba kwa Senate pamoja na wafanyakazi wa Senate kutokana na kumpoteza mfanyakazi huyo ambaye ametajwa hapa kama mfanyakazi ambaye alikuwa moyo wake wote ameutoa kwa nchi ya Kenya. Mheshimiwa Spika, mchango wake katika bunge hili, mchango wake kwa wale ambao aliwafundisha, Mheshimiwa Spika, utabakia katika kumbukumbu zetu kwa muda mrefu utakaokuja. Vile vile Mheshimiwa Spika, nachukua fursa hii kumpa pole kiongozi wetu Mheshimiwa Senator Uhuru kwa kumpoteza dada yake hivi leo mchana. Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipa fursa hii.
You have 3 minutes on this order. Senator Joyce Chepkoech. Korir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute on the Honorable Mutinda. And I want to say that I must congratulate her for the efforts that she has tried in terms of making sure that she engages with the Kenya Scouts. I must welcome them to this House, Honorable Speaker. This is a special group that is trying to shape the future of our youth. And I want to say that these are great leaders whom I know in the near future they will also be in this House. And I'm praying for them that as they continue serving this nation, I pray that the Lord may protect them. Honorable Speaker, on the same breath, allow me to really pass my sincere condolence for the 3 staffs that we've lost in this institution. I know it has been a difficult time for our staffs, but I want to say that as the honorable members and the commission want to stand with their families, relatives, and even the entire institution in passing their condolences and condoling with their families. And we are asking God to really protect us during this time and give us strength to be able to overcome. Otherwise, Honorable Speaker, I don't want to labor much. I beg to leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next order, clerk. Next order.
Order number 3, messages.
Next order.
Order number 4, petitions.
Senator Edwin Sifuna, you have a petition to read.
Yes, indeed, Speaker, I do have a petition. Just before I do that, let me also join my colleagues who have passed their condolences to Dr. Bushere's family. following his demise. And Honorable Speaker, this afternoon, we also got news that our colleague, the Senator for Siaya, and the entire Jaramogi Oginga family is once again in mourning following the passing of their sister Berry. So, tunasema pole sana. Honorable Speaker, this is a petition to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya concerning the eviction of the Single Mothers Association of Kenya from property reference number CP and ARCH stroke 00219, excision of LR number 2096738. Honorable Speaker, that we, the undersigned, on behalf of the Single Mothers Association of Kenya, based in Starehe constituency, being peace-loving and law-abiding citizens of the Republic of Kenya, and in exercise of our right under Article 119 of the Constitution, which grants every person the right to petition Parliament on any matter within its authority, do hereby humbly submit this petition to the Senate of the Republic of Kenya for consideration. That whereas the SMAK is a legally registered charitable community-based organization established in 1991 and registered in 1992 under the Ministry of Gender, Sports, Culture and Social Services, based in Ziwani Ward, Starehe constituency, Nairobi County. This petition is submitted to your office for consideration of the following grievances and requests. That since 1992, the association has occupied a disused parking lot in Ziwani Estate under allocation from the Nairobi City Council, consistently paying ground rent, and in 1997 making full payments for allotment, lease, PDP and beacon surveys. However, the Nairobi City County government has never issued the required documents, and instead we have faced repeated harassment, including instructions to advertise for regularization in 2007 to 2008, unauthorized subdivision of our plot in 2012, eviction letters and threats from 2015, and even demolition of our facilities without notice in 2019. Our attempts at legal redress have failed due to the Nairobi City County's continued withholding of critical documents. That the purpose of this petition is to draw the attention of the Senate to the several grievances and concerns raised by the members of the Single Mothers Association of Kenya regarding the ongoing and planned activities related to this piece of land. The following issues are brought forth for the consideration by this House. Number one, the immediate cessation of eviction threats and summons to all concerned parties. Number two, enforcement of our constitutional right to information, compelling the Nairobi City County government to release the following documents. Number one, the lease agreements, PDP, beacon certificate and title deed. Number two, records explaining subdivision of the plot.
Senator Sifuna, the document they have has no such players, so maybe clerk and you can approve the chair.
Yeah, I am holding the very petition that was approved by the Speaker. I'm almost done, Speaker.
So just 1 minute, country. Give me 1 minute, have your seat. Just approve the chair, country. Okay, just proceed.
Speaker, I will try and truncate it so that we go straight to the prayers. But there's a confirmation here that this issue is not pending anywhere in any court of law or constitutional or legal body in Kenya. And whereas we, the undersigned, on behalf of the Single Mothers Association of Kenya, aver that the Senate of the Republic of Kenya has the power and authority as well as the moral obligation to step in and save the single mothers from inhumane evictions. Number two, the Nairobi City County and the national government have shown an unwillingness to listen to the grievances of the members. Now, therefore, we, the undersigned humble petitioners, pray that the Senate inquire into the matter with a view to, number one, recommend immediate cessation of eviction threats and allow SMAK to continue its work without intimidation. Two, clarify the true boundaries and legal status of a land reference number CP and ARCH stroke 00219, excision of a disused parking lot at the Hindu Cemetery, LR number 209 stroke 6738 stroke Part Kinyanjui Street Part Development Plan, reference number CPFP Zone 2 stroke 126 stroke 10 stroke 07. We humbly submit this petition for your consideration and appropriate action. Reported by Senator Sifuna, Senator Nairobi.
Thank you, Senator Sifuna. The petition is well received by the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Next one. Okay, Honorable Senators, pursuant to Standing Order 22381, I commit the petition to the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources. And also, Chair, I can see you around. According to Standing Order 282, the committee is required in not more than 60 calendar days from the time of reading of the prayer to table its report in the Senate for consideration. And also I want to deeply thank you, Chair, the new brand chair of the Lands, Environment and Natural Resources Committee. You are doing so well. And I know you'll be able also to execute these other petitions within the 60 days. Chair Hans.
Speaker, you are aware that we are going on recess. And despite my committee's commitment to deal with the petitions and statements and all other work that is channeled to the committee, we shall be able to deliver on this petition at the shortest time possible. Although we are going on recess, but we are going to see immediately, maybe once we cross over the holidays, we shall be able to meet and be able to look at the petition. Mr. Speaker, we have so many land problems in this country, and we appreciate that members of the public have a lot of confidence in the Senate, and therefore we don't want to let that goodwill which we have been able to earn over the years to be able to be to die away. So we are going to do the best we can to be able to conclude the petitions and also the statements. We know we have a very heavy task ahead of us, but we'll be able to measure up to the standard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, the Chair. Thank you, Chair. Let's go to the next one, Clerk.
Order number 5, papers.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 25th of November, 2025. This is the State of the Nation address by His Excellency the President, delivered at a special sitting of Parliament on Thursday, the 20th of November, 2025. Mr. Speaker, also the 12th annual report on all measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of national values and principles of governance, Number 3, the annual report to Parliament on the state of national security. Number 4, the Power of Mercy Advisory Committee annual report and financial statements for the financial year 2024-2025. Number 5, the annual report on the state of judiciary and administration of justice for the financial year 2024-2025. These are the documents, Mr. Speaker, laid before the Speaker of our House in the National Assembly chamber during the State of the Nation address. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I have the following reports as well to lay, which is reports of the Auditor General on the financial statement for the following counties for the year ended 30th June 2025. The Kericho County Assembly, members Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, the Kericho County Climate Change Fund, Siaya County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Siaya County Emergency Fund, Vihiga County Education Fund, Vihiga County Trade and Entrepreneurship Fund, the County Assembly of Nyeri Car Loan and Mortgage Member Scheme Fund, County Assembly of Nyeri Car Loan and Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund, Nyeri County Enterprise Development Fund, Nyeri County Elimu Fund, Fort Beverage Industries Company Limited, County Government of Nyeri, Muranga County Agriculture Farm Input Subsidy and Incentive Fund, AFIS Fund, Kisumu County Education Fund, Kirinyaga County Assembly Car Loan Members Scheme Fund for the year ended 30th June 2025, Nyamira County Assembly Car and Mortgage Loan Fund, Nyamira County Education, Bomet County Assembly Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Bomet County Education Revolving Fund, Bomet County Bursary Fund, Kisii Teaching and Referral Hospital, County Government of Kisii, Iftin Sub-County Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Garissa, Muranga County Emergency Fund, Muranga Water and Sanitation Company Limited, Kenol Municipality, County Government of Muranga, Kitui County Assembly Services Board Employees Car and Mortgage Fund Schemes, Mutomo Level 4 Hospital, County Government of Kitui, Meru County Revenue Board, Meru Teaching and Referral Hospital, County Government of Meru, Nyambene Sub-County Hospital, County Government of Meru, Mwala Water and Sanitation Company Limited, County Government of Machakos, Machakos County Referral Hospital, County Government of Machakos, County Assembly of Embu Car Loan and Mortgage Staff Scheme Fund, Turkana County Community Health Services Fund, Kajiado County Youth and Enterprise Fund, Youth and Women Enterprise Fund, County Assembly of Lamu, Car Loan and Mortgage Fund, Mandera County Education Bursary Fund, Wajir County Bursary Fund. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Next on the clerk.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Next on. I thought we go to 7 first. The motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to give notice of the following motion, that pursuant to Standing Order number 27.6 of the Senate, the Senate records its thanks for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, the 20th of November, 2025, and laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 25th of November, 2025, and notes additionally the following report submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of Articles 132(1)(c) 1 and 247 of the Constitution laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 25th of November, 2025. 1. The 12th annual report on all measures taken and progress achieved in the realization of the principles of the national values and principles of governance. And 2. The annual report to Parliament on the state of the national security. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. The next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
We have a request for statements pursuant to Standing Order 53.1. We start with the nominated Senator, Senator Shakira Abdara, MP.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I request for statement on the rehabilitation of Kizingitini and Dau landing sites in Lamu County. I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resource on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the need for urgent rehabilitation of the Kizingitini and Dau landing sites in Lamu County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Kizingitini and Dau landing sites in Lamu East serve as vital economic lifelines for fishing and marine trade, sustaining the livelihoods and food security of hundreds of families. These sites have suffered extensive degradation due to climate change related impacts, including sea level rise, tide surges, and coastal erosion, disrupting fishing activities, compromising safety, and stalling local development. Given their strategic importance and the availability of climate adaptation findings through the Finance Local-Led Climate Action FLOCA program and the County Climate Financing, the Climate Resilience Investment Grant, and the Kenya Marine Fisheries and Social Economic Development KEMSED project, it is imperative that rehabilitation options be urgently explored. Mr. Speaker, in the statement, the committee should address the following: whether the rehabilitation of Kizingitini and Dau landing sites qualify for financing under the FLOCA, CCRIG, and KEMSED frameworks, considering their climate vulnerability and economic significance. Number two, the mechanism established to enable county governments and local communities to access and effectively utilize funds from these programs for climate resilience marine infrastructures. Number three, whether the Ministry of Environment, Climate and Change and Forestry, in collaboration with the State Department, for Blue Economy and Fisheries, is aware of the deteriorating condition of these sites and what immediate interventions can be initiated. Number four, the accountability, transparency, and community participation mechanism in place in the implementation of FLOCA, CCRIG, and KEMSED projects, particularly in Lamu County. And number five, parliamentary action on prioritizing vulnerable coastal and island communities in future national and county-level climate financing and infrastructure rehabilitation and coastal protection. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senator Shakila, nominated.
Thank you. Next is the Senator for Kisumu County, Senator Professor Tom Onjenda. So that statement is dropped. Next is Senator for Busia County. The Senator from Busia County.
Thank you. Thank
Senator
you, Mr. Speaker.
Andrew Mutata, MP.
Mr. Speaker, sir, my request for a statement is on the handover of the management of the Amboseli National Park to the county government of Kajiado. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53, Clause 1, to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Lands, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of national concern regarding the recent transfer of the management of Amboseli National Park to the county government of Kajiado. Mr. Speaker, sir, the recent transfer of management of Amboseli National Park to the county government of Kajiado, officiated by His Excellency the President on 8 November 2025, raises profound constitutional, legal, environmental, and administrative concerns. National parks are constitutionally vested in the national government, and this action touches on governance of public land. The mandate of the Kenya Wildlife Service, the independence of the National Land Commission, and compliance with the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act 2013. Mr. Speaker, the Amboseli National Park, a UNESCO Biosphere Reserve and critical transboundary ecosystem, generates significant national revenue and sustains globally important wildlife population. Its historical designation and prior court rulings underscore the sensitivity of altering its management status. Amboseli National Park is not merely a local asset. It is a heritage of the national and international importance. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the legal framework and compliance with Article 187 of the Constitution on intergovernmental transfer of functions. 2, whether there was consultation with the National Land Commission, the Kenya Wildlife Service, and the Ministry of Lands, clarifying their roles in the new arrangement. 3, establish whether public participation, environmental and spatial planning, and climate considerations were undertaken before the handover. 4, mechanisms in place for revenue collection, auditing, and accountability for income generated from the park. 5, precedent-setting implications for other counties regarding the control of national conservation assets and safeguards in their place for national interests. 6, compliance with constitutional provisions, specifically Article 62, Clause 4, 67, Clause 1 and 2, 68, Clause C, Roman 2, 69, Clause 1, 186, Clause 1, 187, Clauses 1 and 2, Function 22 of the 4th Schedule, and relevant statutes, including the Water Acts of 2016, the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013, the Intergovernmental Relations Act of 2012, and the Land Act of 2012. Signed, Senator Andrew Mutato Koiti MP, Senator from Busia. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Senator from Busia County. So, honorable senators, as per Standing Order 45.2, I want to reorganize the business that we have this afternoon, that we skip order number 8, we'll come back to order number 8 after putting questions on order number 9, 10, 9, 10, 11, and 12. So, first of all, I want to ascertain whether we have quorum, clerk, to put the questions. Yes, ring the quorum bell for 5 minutes.
Well, the business of the Senate is underway, and that quorum bell coming to your end is necessitated by the issues of quorum. The Speaker, owing to the powers bestowed upon him by the House Standing Orders, has opted to rearrange today's order paper for the House to consider motion number 9, 10, and 11, all the way to 12, that requires the House to vote on a number of motions before the floor this afternoon. That quorum is a notification to senators to get back into the chamber this afternoon for the House to vote on the motions that are due for voting. They include the installation of cameras in police stations.
Order number 9, motion. Installation of CCTV cameras in all police stations, cells, and police reporting desks. Question to be put.
Honorable Senators, this order motion was debated, and now what we have is to put the question. Senator Gataya, can you find your way to your seat as fast as possible? Honorable Senators, I put the question that aware that Article 51 provides that a person who is detained, held in custody, or in prison under the law retains all the rights and fundamental freedoms in the Bill of Rights, except to the extent that any particular right or a fundamental freedom is clearly incompatible with the fact that the person is detained, held in custody, or imprisoned. Further, aware that the National Task Force on Improvement of the Terms and Conditions of Service and other reforms for members of the National Police Service and Kenya Prison Service recommended adequate government funding for the National Police Service to modernize its facilities, equipment, and gear, and enhance its logistical and technological capabilities for National Police Service officers in order to enable the service discharge its mandate efficiently and effectively. Cognizant that the Bill of Rights provides for freedom of human rights, prevention of abuse, and upholding of the rule of law within the detention facilities and police stations. Concerned that there has been increasing reports of human rights violations, abuse, and sustained injuries and deaths in custody, as well as security breaches and escapes from police cells across the country. Further concerned that despite the recommendations by the Justice Maraga Task Force, little or no efforts have been made to ensure modernization of police cells by installation of closed-circuit television, CCTV, cameras, and police providing desks, thereby affecting public trust and accountability on what happens to persons in police custody. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the national government, through the Ministry of Interior and the National Administration, 1, installs functional and tamper-proof CCTV cameras in all police stations, cells, and police reporting desks across the country. And 2, ensures that all CCTV systems are monitored in real time and that footage is securely stored and made accessible during the investigations, judicial processes, and 3, provides the necessary resources, technical support, and training to law enforcement officers for the effective operation and maintenance of CCTV systems and continuous digitization of occurrence book platforms. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next one.
Order number 10, motion, consideration of the National Assembly amendments to the Metrology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, resumption of debate interrupted on Thursday, 18th November 2025. Question to be put.
Honorable Senators, also under order number 10, we are also putting the question. And I put the question that the National Assembly amendments to the Meteorology Bill, Senate Bills number 45 of 2023, be now considered. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next order.
Order number 11, motion, report of the consultative meeting of the Executive Committee of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, FPICGLR, held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, from 22nd to 24th January 2025. Resumption of debate interrupted on Wednesday, 19th November. Question to be put.
Honorable Senators, the two gracious ladies, kindly find your way to the nearest seat that you can occupy. You don't need to rush. Where are you rushing to? You just freeze and wait for the chair to put the question. Honorable Senators, also under this order, we are now putting the question. And Honorable Senators, I put the question that the Senate knows the report of the consultative meeting of the Executive Committee of the Forum of Parliaments of the Member States of the International Conference on the Great Lakes Region, FPICGLR, held in Kinshasa, Democratic Republic of Congo, from 22nd to 24th January 2025, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 23rd September 2025. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Sorry, I'm not clear on that vote. Let me repeat. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of a contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Next on the clerk.
Order number 12, motion, establishment of national teaching and referral hospitals in Kenya. Question to be put.
Again, Honorable Senators, under this order number 12, the debate was concluded, and now I want to put the question. Senator Mofaya, Senator Modigi, Senator Motinda. I don't know why you are exchanging greetings now after you have been here for almost more than 1 hour. Honorable Senators, I put the question that aware that Article 43(1)(a) of the Constitution of Kenya provides that every person has the right to the highest attainable standard of health, including reproductive health care. Noting that in Kenya, we have 5 national teaching and referral hospitals with the Kenyatta University Research and Teaching Hospital in Kiambu County, and the Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret, Uasin Gishu County, being the only ones outside the Nairobi County. Concerned that the bed capacity, medical equipment, and human capital in these national teaching and referral hospitals are not sufficient to absorb all the patients seeking specialized treatment. Further concerned that many Kenyans with critical health conditions travel long distances in order to access specialized services in Moi Teaching and Referral Hospital in Eldoret or Nairobi, where the other 4 national teaching and referral hospitals are located, leading to high cost of travel, augmented disease, and in some cases, deaths along the way. Now, therefore, the Senate urges, 1, the Minister of Health to establish national teaching and referral hospitals in the coast, eastern, northeastern, Nyanza, and western regions, and fully equip the national teaching and referral hospitals with modern medical equipment, medical supplies, and personnel, and 2, the county governments to allocate more funds to their respective health dockets to adequately facilitate the county level 5 and level 6 hospitals in order to enhance provision of critical health services to reduce the demand for such services from the national teaching and referral hospitals. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? The ayes have it. Now, Senators, we revert back to order number 8. Majority Leader. Sorry.
Order number 8, motion, debate on the President's address to Parliament, first day.
Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to move the following motion, which is a debate on the President's address to Parliament. That pursuant to Standing Order number 27.6 of the Senate A records its thanks to His Excellency for the exposition of public policy contained in the address of His Excellency the President, delivered on Thursday, the 20th of November, 2025, and laid on the table of the Senate today, Tuesday, the 25th of November, 2025. And B, notes the following report submitted by His Excellency the President in fulfillment of Article 132(1)(c)(1) and 247 of the Constitution, laid on the table of the Senate on Tuesday, the 25th of November, 2025. 1. The 12th annual report of all measures taken on the progress achieved in realization of the national values and principles of governance. And 2, the annual report to Parliament on the state of national security. Mr. Speaker, I have a slight cold, and therefore may not speak for as long as I would have wished, and also may not speak as well as I normally do, assuming that I do it well, Mr. Speaker. That's just self-assessment. But I'll try and do this in the shortest time possible, but also give dignity to a very solemn process of our constitutional order, Mr. Speaker. Then I will yield the floor to my colleague, the Senator for Migori, the first rising and aiming very high and very likely to achieve it, Senator Eddie Gisheru Okech, to second. Mr. Speaker, I was speaking earlier that this is in fulfillment to Article 132, where our Constitution placed on the shoulders of the man or woman that will at that time have the opportunity to lead the nation to at least once every year report to Parliament or to the people of Kenya through their representative on the steps that the country has taken towards the realization of national values and what is the state of the Republic at that particular time. And therefore, this, Mr. Speaker, is the 12th State of the Nation address since the coming into place of this Constitution 15 years ago, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it's a ritual that must be observed with great reflection, because it's a moment that the representatives of the people, Mr. Speaker, gather to listen and take account of the report from none other than the head of government, who is the president, Mr. Speaker, on the steps that his administration has taken towards the realization of those values as enshrined under our Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when such occasions arise, it is always good, and I appreciate that almost 80% or 90%, if my estimate is correct, Mr. Speaker, of members of this House who are present in the National Assembly chamber. It's the only time that we get to go to that house, Mr. Speaker. Unlike those of us, unlike you, who've had the opportunity to serve in that house, Mr. Speaker, that's the only time we get to head to that chamber. And therefore, we take the time to listen keenly, appreciate, critique, give feedback, Mr. Speaker, share our own thoughts on our assessment and reading of the things that he said, whether they are accurate, whether they are verifiable, whether they can be reported directly as representatives of the people. That is his view as a head of state. As representatives of the people, Mr. Speaker, we also take the chance and the moment to reflect alongside his thoughts. And of course, as is the work of a representative of the people, to his credit, that which is due to him, we will give. And that which is not due to him, Mr. Speaker, we will disagree and say, on that part, Your Excellency, I don't think that's a fair reflection of the things that are expected of you. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, that is my thoughts and how I intend to arrange my flow of thoughts towards the exposition that was given by His Excellency, the President, on the 20th of November, 2025. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that from the very onset, the President set out to expose and share the perspective of where he sits as a head of government and the steps that have been taken in realizing some of the key promises that he made while campaigning in the run-up to the last general elections. And the people of this country granted the opportunity for the Kenya Kwanza administration to run the affairs of our state. What are the things that have been achieved? And it was also anchored, Mr. Speaker, at the right time, because I had, a member of this House saying that this thing looks visionary and you don't have the time to execute the second part of the statement. And I, Mr. Speaker, I'd wish to correct and put it on record that the affairs of nation building are not limited to the individual, Mr. Speaker. It is our collective responsibility, only that they can only be one steward at a time. And being a steward at a time does not limit you in terms of time and space in reimagining and shaping the vision of your country, Mr. Speaker. If those that have succeeded to build great republics, Mr. Speaker, had thought of that which they can achieve only during the term of their presidency, Mr. Speaker, then there wouldn't be the great republics that we talk about today. A leader must have foresight and sometimes have a vision bigger than even your tenure and term of your administration, so that you do that which you can, so long as it's the right thing, and you leave the rest for others to continue the work of building. Just like the current president is building on the foundations that were laid by our forefathers. He's building on or trying to make things right in places where we have gotten it wrong and ensuring that we move towards progress. And therefore, listening to the president on that day, Mr. Speaker, share the beautiful stories about the numbers and the figures and the people that are benefiting from the various programs that are being run, from the financial inclusion program, otherwise known as the Hustler Fund, Mr. Speaker, to the thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people that today ply their job of trade in the thousands of sites of affordable housing program across the country, Mr. Speaker, to those that are executing the Climate Works program, trying to beautify our towns and cities, making them modern centers, Mr. Speaker, of administration in our various counties, Mr. Speaker, and so on and so forth. Therefore, as members take their time to react and reflect, it will be beautiful and interesting to hear from their perspective what the view is of the people that they represent in this House, Mr. Speaker. One thing is for sure, though. If you want to disagree, it will be important to disagree, Mr. Speaker, based on facts and the things that are verifiable, and not alternative facts, or don't be like another gentleman, Mr. Speaker, for whose name shall remain anonymous for now, who, when he saw a road being launched, Mr. Speaker, rushed there the same day in the evening saying that I expect road to be here, as if it is chapati making, Mr. Speaker. You disagree based on the facts as they stand, and also, Mr. Speaker, objectively, saying, while this might be the case, it is my expectation that this and that ought to have been done. Because as representatives of the people, Mr. Speaker, it is not in our place to agree to everything. And it is not necessarily the perspective of the people whose voice I use in this House, Mr. Speaker, to see things from what the President sees about those particular things. But it is also in our place to appreciate where there has been great and steady progress and to say this has been done. It is an incontrovertible fact. For example, Mr. Speaker, that there are 21 million registered, that there are 7.1 million registered farmers who, if today you went to the Ministry of Agriculture and asked for their names, they can be shown to you, Mr. Speaker. Whether you want to agree or disagree, Mr. Speaker, is not something for debate, because what can be up for debate, Senator Eddie, is perspective. But facts are not up for debate, because it's either that they are there or they are not. And that features prominently in this speech that is before us. Mr. Speaker, I want to appreciate also that in this speech you are being challenged to step beyond the comfort of familiar and ordinary as a country, and to reach, the President reminded us, with clarity and conviction, nothing less than excellence and greatness, which is not an easy duty. If you read the history of nations, and I believe many of us here, because Parliament takes care of its members, we get to travel the breadth and span of this world, actually. Many members, particularly those that have served in committees, Mr. Speaker, you get to travel almost in every continent across the globe and get to see and hear stories about countries that have pulled themselves from poverty, Mr. Speaker, from third world to first world, as we were reminded on that particular day, and it's never an easy exercise. Yet, those steps must be recorded. Yet, the progress that is made, Mr. Speaker, is a story that must be told for future generations to refer back to. If we succeed, Mr. Speaker, and I say when, not if, I want to correct what I'm saying, it will be reflected back, Mr. Speaker, with a lot of deep angst that there was a time that the country decided to take a different trajectory in terms of matters development and find better ways of doing things, Mr. Speaker. Then this particular moment, the 20th of November 2025, will live as a practical moment of when the country actually was summoned to excellence and they yielded to the call, Mr. Speaker, because the President gave us actually the roadmap of how we can achieve that as a people, and we can all pull our share of the weight, Mr. Speaker. You know, the unfortunate thing about this republic is that we mix a lot politics with nation building. And we have never found the correct divide, Mr. Speaker, between what is politics and what is, Mr. Speaker, actual progress of making a republic. And therefore, on that account, Mr. Speaker, we must be sincere to ourselves and say the things we agree with, these are things that we need to focus on as a country, and it doesn't matter who does them. Whether those that we agree with or disagree with politically are pushing for such matters, Mr. Speaker, so long as it is in the greater interest of that which we aim to achieve as a republic, Mr. Speaker, then we must know that there is need to draw a fine line between those matters and our daily political competition, Mr. Speaker. And that is what I expect that we shall do that as a people, because if others have been able to do, if others have been able to rise beyond the smallness of politics and focusing on, if Senator Eddie disagrees with me, and I don't think that they need to make any forward steps, then it is my interest to try and make sure that they don't achieve, even if it was in the best interest of the very people that we all claim to serve, Mr. Speaker. So if others have been able to do it, like the President reminded us on that particular day, it can and should be done, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the first report actually about this was just a reminder, because you know there are many times we are told that, oh, things have gotten worse. We have challenges all over. Until sometimes, in all the context of political juxtaposition, Mr. Speaker, it is easy to imagine that we are in a difficult situation than we were 2 or 3 years ago. Yet, all the indicators, scientifically, through proven results that are tabled in the report that is before us today, demonstrate or point to a path of progress that has been achieved the last few years, Mr. Speaker. And the President took time to remind us about a few things that have happened from that particular time. From inflation, Mr. Speaker, you'd remember fuel shortages that were part and parcel of our daily political culture. In 2022, when he came into office, the shilling that was on a free fall at that particular time was trading nearly at 170 shillings for more than a year. It is a global phenomenon that is about to be studied now. How a third world country like ours can stabilize their currency and make it stable and sustain that particular currency for close to 2 years now at the place where it has been, despite all the challenges and the global economic challenges that exist therein. It is within that context, Mr. Speaker, that it is within that particular context, Mr. Speaker, that this progress is recorded for people to appreciate and to know that from a time where we're talking about an inflation of near double digits, 9.6% in 2022, Mr. Speaker, to 4.6, almost taking it to near zero, Mr. Speaker. It has taken a lot of effort. It has taken putting a stop to unhelpful subsidies, Mr. Speaker, some of which were just grand schemes of making money for the ordinary, a few rich friends, Mr. Speaker. I'd give you the example, Mr. Speaker, that at the time of coming to office, there was supposed to be some unga subsidy, Mr. Speaker, where people will take money and give it to a few millers and say, produce for us cheaply. Instead of empowering the local farmer, Mr. Speaker, for them to produce the raw material, which is the maize, Mr. Speaker, so that they can sell eventually to the millers and avoid importing, Mr. Speaker, and therefore benefit the ordinary citizens. Of course, the successful redemption of the Eurobond as well is recorded alongside that progress in terms of fiscal consolidation and just managing our economy better, including, Mr. Speaker, the strides that have been made moving us from the 8th largest economy on the globe to now standing at the 6th, Mr. Speaker. And there are people who erroneously argue and say, oh, it's because so-and-so defaulted. So who tells you we could also not have defaulted? We could equally have defaulted, Mr. Speaker. It is because there were right decisions that were made, and that is why Kenya did not default on its debt obligations, despite the fact that at the coming into place of this administration, we were under very serious debt distress. And in fact, Kenya is among the 6 countries that in 2022, all the leading global financial institutions have predicted that the 6 of those nations were, it was a matter of just when and not if they were going to default. And in fact, they were right, Mr. Speaker, because 5 out of 6 of those predictions came to pass. It is only Kenya that did not default, Mr. Speaker. And that did not happen by magic. It happened because of prudent management of our public resources, ending these unhelpful subsidies, Mr. Speaker, in fuel and food items, Mr. Speaker, in empowering the local farmer, in ensuring that we stabilize, Mr. Speaker, the forex reserves, Mr. Speaker, through reduction of imports. See, for example, anytime a progressive intervention was made, Mr. Speaker, you can remember the amount of noise that was in this town when the G2G fuel program was introduced. And we were told, Mr. Speaker, we were going to see the benefits because the leading demand for foreign exchange as a country for us was import of oil into the country, Mr. Speaker, because we are not an oil-producing country, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, when that program was signed in, and we were told that it is possible for us to reduce the appetite for forex so that it stabilizes and make our currency a bit stronger, there were people running around. There were merchants all over, from the streets to newspapers to here in Parliament, saying how this is a scam and it will never work. 3 years down the line, Mr. Speaker, They are countries that come purely sent by none other than their heads of state to meet with the representatives of the Ministry of Petrol and Energy just to study how that program is being implemented here so that they can go and implement it. So sometimes we beat ourselves too hard, Mr. Speaker. Of course, I understand it's because of politics and people have to make their bread, Mr. Speaker, through some of the things that they say, but you cannot argue with results. You cannot argue, for example, with the contribution that G2G has made in stabilizing our currency, Mr. Speaker. This progress, Mr. Speaker, has not been without its own share of challenges, Mr. Speaker. In fact, that is why, just in concluding that topic of economic management, Mr. Speaker, is that the President reminds us that actually all the leading global financial institutions, as many as you can name, from Goldman Sachs, Citigroup, JP Morgan, name them, Mr. Speaker, have projected that our economy will grow near 6%, Mr. Speaker, in the next year. I believe we can do better, Mr. Speaker. And in fact, with the interventions that have been made or that were proposed on that particular day, upon successful implementation, Mr. Speaker, of world-class infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, supply of energy that is enough to power up our industries, that is cost-effective, Mr. Speaker, irrigation to make sure that we are a food-sufficient country and reduce our dependence on imports, Mr. Speaker, so that ordinary farmers, Mr. Speaker, can feed the country and even feed the rest of the world through exports, Mr. Speaker, are things that will ensure that we move towards our dream that I've had from, I think, as soon as I started voting. Almost every presidential candidate from 2002 has always promised a double-digit economic growth. None has achieved it. Should we successfully implement some of the things that are being talked about in this particular speech, Mr. Speaker, then that dream will cease being a campaign item and become a reality, Mr. Speaker. There is something that the President mentioned about the Nairobi Securities Exchange that has seen a resurgence and made it one of the best emerging markets global. You will recall, Mr. Speaker, that about a year or two ago, we were being laughed at by the usual cynics, the ones the President referred to in the speech as high priest of pessimism, Mr. Speaker, who are telling us that the stock exchange was collapsing in our hands. But because of the decisions that were made, Mr. Speaker, things are getting better. And there is a resurgence. There is a better market today. If you speak to players in that particular space, they will give testimony of the progress that is being made. That is now one of the respected stock exchange in the region, Mr. Speaker, and competes very effectively globally. The only thing that the President may have forgotten to mention, which I'd wish to remind him, is that the Kenya Kwanza made it a campaign promise that we will carry out reforms in the security exchange that will make it possible even for the ordinary citizens, including boda people and mamamboga, to trade by simplifying the whole arrangement, making it possible. Kenya is a global leader in terms of financial inclusion and the use of digital space for financial inclusion, Mr. Speaker. And there is no reason whatsoever. I believe it was on that premise that that campaign promise was made to the people of Meru when they were listening during the economic charter, that will make it possible for you to trade from Nkubu down in Meru, Mr. Speaker, on your phone at the Nairobi Stock Exchange. And that remains to be a dream that must be realized, and that the President must make sure that at the next time he reports back to this House, that it needs to be one of the items that is ticked off the bucket list. Mr. Speaker, you know, the other day I was listening to, I don't know if they were Catholic bishops. You know, Kenya is the only country, Mr. Speaker, where people want to make political statements and want them to pass as if they are scientific. I listened to the Catholic bishops the other day, Mr. Speaker. They were telling us about, you know, there's a high cost of living. I thought, Mr. Speaker, there's a scientific way for measuring cost of living. And there are indices and pointers to which you look at, Mr. Speaker, to establish whether there is a high or a low cost of living in a particular country. This one that we have reduced into a political talk of just saying, oh, bei ya maisha imeenda juu, Mr. Speaker. That is political rhetoric, which myself and the rest of a politician, when we are doing opposition politics, we are allowed. But I don't think it is in the place of credible institutions to reduce themselves into making that particular noise. So long as interest rates, Mr. Speaker, are coming down, so long as inflation figures are going down, meaning that the purchasing power of the ordinary citizen is improving, the amount of money, disposable income that is available to them, the goods that they can buy with 1,000 shillings is more than that which they could have bought a year ago due to the lowering of inflation, Mr. Speaker, then which cost exactly are people talking about? Mr. Speaker, it will be important that sometimes we distinguish between political pronunciations and the reality of life, Mr. Speaker. The cost of basic commodities, the very basic things that we normally refer to in this particular dispensation, ordinary things which the people that we represent buy off the market, you can establish and draw a parallel of what was the cost back then and what is the cost right now, and you would establish whether what is being said here is true or not true, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes I hear people say very ignorant statements. Oh, where will William Ruto get the votes from? I don't know, there are people who are angry with him because of, what is it called, this one, the deductions for the housing levy. And I don't know this other one. While you may record some of the people that you'd say for one reason. First of all, there are many other people that I meet every other day who make their share of contribution in paying taxes and some of the deductions, including SHA. And the only concern that they have is that whatever deduction has been made out of them, so long as it is put to prudent use, they don't feel as if it is money that they have been robbed from, Mr. Speaker. So long as the resources in SHA, they see it benefiting the ordinary citizen, and it's a national contribution which they can see it is easing the burden of millions of other Kenyans who ordinarily will never have afforded to go to a hospital even, Mr. Speaker. But now because of the confidence of our membership in SHA, can actually visit a public hospital or even a private one sometimes and get treatment, Mr. Speaker. Then they appreciate and they say, be that as it may, I may feel bad that I'm paying a higher price, but because it benefits other citizens, I appreciate. My only caution is that that money should never be wasted. Over and above those citizens, because there are many such, Mr. Speaker, there are also those who are benefiting from programs such as this. There are farmers who, including in your own Meru, Mr. Speaker, who will never have planted with fertilizer because at 7,000 shillings per bag or 7,200, it was beyond their purchasing power. But now that it has been reduced to 2,500, they're able to plant with fertilizer, meaning that they earn better yields, the quality of their crop is better, and they earn more. And they are registered with the Ministry of Agriculture. 7.1 million of them, Mr. Speaker. That particular person, when the decision is before them on whether to choose to proceed with an administration that listens to their cries and appreciates where they're coming from as farmers, and others whose mainstay is rhetoric, insults, and division, and tribalism, and regionalism, Mr. Speaker, then the choice will be obvious like day and night. Of course, I don't want to let out a lot of secret, Mr. Speaker. I would appreciate that the current clueless opposition continues in their rhetoric as they do it every day, because it's not in my place to educate them on the things they need to tell members of the public, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President mentioned under this topic of agriculture, on tea, for example, and I'm a representative of very serious tea farmers. I come from the region that produces the largest tea figures, actually, the west of the Rift. And you know the noise that has been existing in that particular sector. Of course, the President gave the global figures of the earnings, which no one is in dispute, that there has been better, that the figures are better nationally. But remember, we still have our issues which Mr. Speaker, remember I cautioned that I have a cold and will not talk for too long. In fact, apart from this one of tea, I'll just cover maybe one or two other things. Then I leave the rest to my colleague to speak about also. Is that You know the challenges that we have in the tea sector, especially farmers from the west of the Rift. Recently, there were earnings from the KTDA factories which brought a lot of complaints from my farmers, Mr. Speaker, and particularly because of two things that KTDA has refused to do. Number one, they have refused to use a scientific method in the determination, Mr. Speaker, of the quality of tea, which is one of the items that they consider when making a determination on the price for the buyers to pay. And so long as that remains unaddressed, I don't think my tea farmers will be happy, Mr. Speaker. Second, and most importantly, we must see investment in the tea subsector, Mr. Speaker, of the economy to stabilize that market, especially given the fact, Mr. Speaker, that there is need for new markets where our farmers can sell their tea apart from the traditional markets that we have been used to, Mr. Speaker. Tea farmers have held the agriculture sector in this country for too long. They are the only farmers that have never benefited from a serious government support program. And therefore, I don't think it will be too much for asking if farmers, particularly those in the west of the Rift, ask that during this difficult time, Mr. Speaker, that they benefit from such a program so that they can earn better. Otherwise, I appreciate this increase in earnings from 138 to 215 billion, but the only way it can make sense, Mr. Speaker, is if the ordinary farmer from deep down in the villages from where we come from, Mr. Speaker, can see that and record it as an improvement of earning, particularly from both KTDA, Mr. Speaker, and the other privately run factories as well, Mr. Speaker, so that they earn better. The coffee subsector, Mr. Speaker, which, and I know you are representative of coffee farmers, and you know in 2022, many people were nearly uprooting their coffee, Mr. Speaker. But because of interventions that have been done, Mr. Speaker, the farmers now are happy. In fact, I once recorded in this house one afternoon that rarely do members of the public tell us thank you for the things that we do. But at least I know it on record, Mr. Speaker, that in all the public functions that I have gone to in coffee growing areas in my county, the farmers appreciate and they say thank the president and thank you as our leaders because of the interventions that you made in the coffee subsector. Mr. Speaker, today we are earning better. I hope that we can carry on that progress and achieve more. I know cotton production is mentioned. There are colleagues from that region who will speak about it. I represent sugarcane farmers as well. I know that a lot has been done in that particular subsector, Mr. Speaker, and a lot more remains to be done. But at least as we speak today, Mr. Speaker, farmers in the sugarcane subsector are happier than where they were 2 or 3 years ago. Because of reforms in that sector, the bill that we passed in this house, Mr. Speaker, the support that they have gotten from the government, at least right now they are receiving payment and that they are back to their farms actually, Mr. Speaker, and the production in that area is better. There is a surge actually in the area under production. More than 200,000 acres extra has been put under farm because once a farmer is assured of payment for their goods and services, they are happy about it. The same can be said of our livestock sector, particularly the leather industry. Mr. Speaker, there's a lot of intervention that's still needed there, but the progress is therefore recorded. Under the dairy sector, I'd mentioned, Mr. Speaker, that while there's good progress in terms particularly the decision, Mr. Speaker, to reduce the cost of sex semen from 8,000 to 1,000 shillings, I hope that in future, Mr. Speaker, we can intervene and ensure that as well we have actually made intervention. I know you are a representative, Mr. Speaker, of one of the largest dairy cooperative union in the country, one that many in the country admire. And you know that during the annual general meeting, including the one for this year, because I watched it when the president was there, the number one thing that dairy farmers continue, and I'm one of the dairy farmers, though at a small scale level, Mr. Speaker, one of the things they plead for is whether there can be better intervention to bring down the cost of feeds, because it's one of the things that continues to challenge. So, Mr. Speaker, I hope that that is an area that jointly we could worry about. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, there are many, many things that I could record, and there are many conversations that will arise out of this speech, including the bold vision that the President sold, especially the focus on the 4 key areas. It is my hope, Mr. Speaker, that when members rise, they'll give their thoughts and share that which they feel needs to be done to make Kenya a better republic, Mr. Speaker, so that things move and we achieve the progress that you have always yearned for. With those very many remarks, I would have wished to say more, Mr. Speaker, but like I have observed, I have a cold, and I'm struggling, actually, as I do this, and I don't want to cough away, Mr. Speaker, the afternoon. There is still a lot to be said, which I believe my colleagues who are in the House will get an opportunity. With those many remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to move and request the Senator for Migori, Senator Eddie Okech, to second.
Senator Eddie Okech, you second the motion.